This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Chance, Providence and Necessity. Lecture 1 was given on August 23rd, 1915. My task today will be to discuss how hard it is for people to keep to the truth of a situation in their ordinary trains of thought. I want to convey to you how far from easy it is in thinking to keep all the factors involved so before us that the course of our thoughts doesn't go astray from reality, that we follow the thread of reality. The theme proposed for us today is certainly more difficult than others we might choose, but there is inner moral value to be derived from the realization that truth is hard to get at, and that it is very easy to go astray as we forge ahead in a train of thought in the attempt to arrive at the truth by means of strict logical reasoning. You will find that what I am going to tell you today will make it easier to understand certain matters that will occupy us in the next lecture. I will be speaking then about the important concepts chance, necessity, and providence. And I want to begin today with an introduction that, though it has its difficulties, will nevertheless contribute something vital and significant, not only to our theoretical understanding, but to the feeling we will then be able to develop for the way to seek truth. I have often had occasion to mention the fact that there is a contemporary philosopher by the name of Fritz Motter, who has written a titled Critique of Language. This critique of language was intended to provide our period with something better suited to it than Kant provided for his time with his titled Critique of Pure Reason. For Mottner no longer believes, if that expresses it, that people seek knowledge in the form of concepts. It is rather his conviction that it is fundamentally just language to which people attach their insights. He believes that they don't really have true concepts when they are thinking, but merely have what words convey, and that words simply suggest this or that to them. He pictures people as having certain inner experiences in connection with words, putting their faith in words, jumbling them up, putting them together, and deriving insights from these processes. This is a total misconception of the entire cognitive process, but one that was bound to emerge eventually in an age working its way through to the worst consequences of materialism. I want to convey just a sense of how Mottner came to hold this view by quoting a passage from his titled Dictionary of Philosophy, written after his Critique of Language. Since we will be concerning ourselves with chance, necessity, and providence, I will quote a passage from his article on the word, quote-unquote, chance. As I read it, you will see that the materialistic age has gradually learned to talk about certain things. I am not so much interested in touching on any theoretical aspects involved in what I'll be reading you, as I am in getting you to examine your feelings as you are exposed to what a materialistic philosopher of the present has to say on such a subject. I'd like to have you try to sense the way he speaks. He says of chance in his treatise on it, quote, "And it would be like going back to childhood and taking out of a magic package the surprises some kindly merchant had concealed in it," unquote. He believes that looking at all the things that happen by chance is like becoming a child again and taking out of a magic package all the surprises put into it by a kindly merchant. Quote, "As though one were to keep on making God responsible, as Spinoza, Hume, Kant, and Schopenhauer did," unquote, is his sense of it. Trying to explain the world by ascribing everything to a kindly God would, in his opinion, be to regress to the state of a child, gradually discovering what some kind of merchant has hidden in a surprise packet. The child explores its content and comes upon one lovely thing after another. That is how Maltner sees anyone who, attempting to find a wise explanation of the phenomena of the world, makes God responsible by regarding him as the world's creator. And he goes on to say, quote, if one wanted to follow the example of Spinoza, Hume, Kant, and Schopenhauer in making Schopenhauer's elderly Jew, unquote, parenthesis, he calls him that because the term God of the Christians strikes him as unsuitable, close parenthesis, continue, quote, responsible for unscrambling this confusion of chance and purpose, close quote. You see, the type of expression into which a materialist lapses if he takes himself seriously. Of course, it is true that many people do not take materialism, which inevitably is also atheism, any more seriously than did the man who exclaimed, quote, as surely as God is in heaven, I am an atheist, unquote. But anyone who takes it seriously today has to ridicule Providence and similar matters. There is really no other possibility for those who have adopted materialism. Though Fritz Maltner is bound to give deep offense to our feelings and our sense of the fitness of things, I have brought him up because he is an honest, upright seeker after truth in the current materialistic sense. It is not my intention to do battle with individuals who are philosophers by profession, but rather with someone who comes to philosophy out of inner necessity, from a quite different professional background, and attains a certain degree of competency in it. For what one misses so greatly today in the way worldviews are evolved is a really serious coming to grips with what the various branches of science have brought forth up to the present. Fritz Maltner has really grown into a learned gentleman, enabling me, as I take him for my point of departure, and describe the difficulties inherent in the search for truth, to base my commentary on the thoughts developed by a very learned, very brilliant man. I am not basing it on what just any person thinks, but on the thinking of a very scholarly, clever man. To begin with, I must take a very simple concept to show you at hand of a very special example from Maltner's work how hard the search for truth is. You all know that there has long been what is called in mathematics the calculus of probability. It's quite easy to grasp the principle involved. Let's assume, for example, that you have some dice. I don't want to lead you astray into gambling with them, but let us say you have some dice. You know that they are so arranged that there is a single dot on one side, 2 on another, and so on up to 6 dots on one of the 6 sides. If you roll these dice, they can turn up any one of the 6 sides. There are 6 possibilities. Now you can ask what the chances are of turning up a 6. You might really want to know what the chances are of getting a 6 when you shake the dice cup and throw the dice. The mathematician makes his calculation and says there are 6 possibilities. There is thus 1/6 of a chance of turning up a 6 on a single throw. You see how unlikely this possibility is. You would have to run through all 6 possibilities to be certain of a particular outcome. The numerator and the denominator would have to be identical, since certainty would equal 1, or 6 out of 6 equals 1 or 6/6. Probability is therefore 6 times smaller than certainty in throwing dice. Now, we can pursue the matter further and ask what the chance is of throwing 2 6s if 2 dice are thrown. This can also be calculated. You will get 1 divided by 36 if you calculate as follows. Throwing a 1 with 1 dice, you can get anything from a 1 to a 6 with the second. Getting a 2 with the first throw, you can also get anything from a 1 to a 6 with the second, and so on, until you have counted 36 different possible throws. The probability of getting any particular outcome is thus 1 in 36, or 1 over 36. If you wanted to calculate probability with 3 dice, you would get 1/6 times 1/6 times 1/6, or 1 over 216, a very unlikely event indeed. The probability gets smaller and smaller the more dice are involved. The more possibilities there are, the less probable is any particular outcome. You see, then, that it is possible to express in mathematical formulas the degree of probability of any particular outcome, and calculations of this kind can be applied to all sorts of cases. But I don't need to explain more than this principle to you. You see that it is possible to express in mathematical formulas what one feels. One can always feel that there is a certain degree of improbability that a 6 will be thrown, but the actual probability is 1 over 6, with 2 dice 1 over 36, and so on. Such feelings can, in a sense, be expressed in mathematical terms. Now, there is a certain way of thinking about divine providence. Materialists say something like this about it. We want to examine the reasoning of those who believe in God and providence. What are their thoughts? Believers in providence say, let us take a work like Goethe's Faust or Homer's Epics. What is Goethe's Faust in the last analysis? If we think as the materialists do, picturing the world as composed of atoms or molecules, we would really have to conceive Faust in its entirety as composed of letters, of single letters, unless we wished to go deeper. People who believe in providence and also believe in atoms and molecules formulate the situation more or less like this. Let's imagine that we have a container of type, and in it all the letters that make up Faust, and some machinery, not some intelligence, spreads out these letters. The believers in providence could now ask how great the probability is of Goethe's Faust emerging from a typesetting machine that simply put the letters one after the other as they happened to fall on being thrown out of the container. They ask the question, perhaps, but have to admit that the probability of such a thing happening is so slight as to be non-existent. One cannot assume that a haphazard scattering of type could possibly result in a chance, parenthesis, Voltaire's His Majesty, chance, close parenthesis, printing of Goethe's Faust. Since this can't be the case with Goethe's Faust, we can scarcely think that this world, which is much, much more gloriously put together, could have been flung down so thoughtlessly and simply. This is approximately how a person with the current atomistic outlook would think if he could not avoid accepting providence as necessary in the scheme of things, because of the impossibility of the world's having put itself together out of chaos. Now, Fritz Maltner is a thorough gentleman, so he has let himself in not just for producing this train of thought, but for correctly calculating how improbable it is that, for example, Goethe's Faust could have originated from a mere scattering of the letters it consists of. He has really figured it out, and I want to show you how he did it. He makes a fairly thorough job of it. He says, long quote, God's existence is proved by the fact that the world's beauty and order are just as improbably the product of pure chance, achieved without purpose on the part of a creator, as we would regard the production of Faust as a consequence of upsetting a huge container of type and an accidental arranging of the letters and punctuation in the sequence found in Faust. The improbability of such a production is truly vast, beyond anything fantasy could conjure up, even if one disregards the utterly nonsensical assumption that letters could arrange themselves into sentences and assumes the probability of an immeasurably favorable special case. Something, say, along the lines of a German typewriter or typesetting machine getting into the hands of a Chinaman who, totally unfamiliar with the German language and letter symbols, nevertheless experiments tirelessly with the keys for weeks or months, handling the machine correctly, with the result of this mere experimenting producing Faust. Close quote. Mautner goes on to say, quote, I entertained myself working out an approximate calculation of the probability of a chance emergence of Goethe's Faust from this experiment. There was no need to bother about a few decimal places in the decimal part of the logarithm, and I magnanimously upped the probability by allowing for 100 typographical errors, and still recognizing the product as genuinely Faust, thus giving it a more than generous benefit of the doubt. Faust contains approximately 300,000 letters. Now, the probability of striking the right key at every touch is not exactly small. It is almost 1 out of 100, since there are about 100 different symbols. Close quote. So one can light upon 100 symbols. Blindly tapping away, the probability of getting the right one is 1 in 100, according to the principle explained at hand of the dice. Thus the probability of the Chinaman, totally ignorant of the language in which Faust is written, striking the right key is 1 over 100. Quote, but since, according to elementary rules, the chance of accidentally producing the whole of Faust with its 300,000 letters equals the product of 300,000 partial probabilities, the probability of an accidental production of Faust must be calculated as 1 over 100, that fraction, to the 300,000th power. Close quote. You see, the probability of Faust coming into existence in the above way is not 1 over 6 or 1 over 36 and so on, but equals the fraction obtained by dividing 1 by 100 times 100 times 100 and so on until we have done it 300,000 times. That is a fraction with a gigantic denominator, as you can see. In other words, the probability is exceedingly tiny. Mautner continues, quote, we have here a fraction whose numerator is 1, whose denominator consists of 600,000 digits. Even the conceptual power of the Indians, unquote, parenthesis, which Mautner rates very highly, close parenthesis, continue, quote, even the mathematical genius of Archimedes is not up to grasping so vast a denominator. There is not even a name for such a number. The Greeks and the Romans were right, then, when they considered the chance production of any organized whole as extremely improbable. Here we reach the limits of the possible. Close quote. But only for human conceiving, he means. But only for human conceiving, he means. One cannot obtain Faust this way. Again, quote, and the Greeks and Romans would also have concluded that the meaningful production of a Faust on the part of a creator could most probably, or even quite certainly, equally prove the existence of a world creator, if the whole proof or metaphor or line of reasoning were not so unspeakably foolish. I could never even bring myself to believe that the marvelous build of a mosquito could be the product of chance in a materialistic sense. The chance material production of a mosquito is just as improbable as that of Faust. Darwinism has not really lessened the incomprehensibilities, but the headwork on the part of a God who would have had to organize not merely 3 times 100,000 elements or letters with repetitions, but all the elements that make up the cosmos an endless number of times with repetitions is, if possible, even more improbable for human conceiving, and we really have no other, than a chance production of Faust. I have no wish to extend my calculations to figuring out the degree of the improbability of a world dominion and providence. Close quote. You see what tremendously learned reflections one can engage in. You will have thought them quite learned enough to arrive at the logical conclusion. What must God not have had to keep in mind if he wanted to put the world together out of all its elements? If producing Faust out of an upset typecase or the chance striking of typewriter keys represents such an improbability as to be practically out of the question. Therefore, says Maltner, both the concept of chance and that of divine providence are inconceivable. For if the degree of probability in the case of Faust is so minuscule, one can certainly not presuppose in the world's case that it could have been the chance creation of an upsetting of a cosmic type case, so to speak. But then, one can just as little presuppose God, for what wisdom would he not have had to possess to build the world out of all its elements? So one can take neither God nor His Majesty chance for granted. Maltner therefore maintains that neither has validity, that all that is involved here is just concepts and language, and people deal with them as they do with languages themselves and with translations, and he calls this a critique of language. We have here a truly incisive train of thought indeed, pursued with a great deal of effort. It leads to two alternatives. One has either to presuppose that the world came into being by chance, an exceedingly tiny probability, of course, or still less credibly, to conceive of a kind God with a head so full of wisdom that he could use it to build a world out of chaos. Now, since we are concerned in spiritual science, not only with getting to know things, but with thinking correctly, taking into account all the factors involved in developing a sound train of thought, let us examine this particular train of thought in a way commensurate with the serious approach of spiritual science. Let us review again the proposition that the probability of Goethe's Faust, resulting from a jumbling up of the contents of a type case, is so infinitesimal as to be represented by a fraction with a numerator of 1 over a denominator consisting of 600,000 digits. The probability of the world's coming into being as the result of a similar accident would of course be infinitely smaller. But the fact is that Faust did come into being in its entirety. Now, did this happen because the good Goethe, not the good God in this case, had in his head the laws whereby, according to the principles of typesetting, 300,000 letters taken from the type case could be set in soldierly rows to eventuate in Faust? Was Goethe thinking of the right way to reach into the container to get hold of the right letters? Certainly not. When we think of the origin of Faust, we don't picture it as having anything to do with selecting type. The creator of Faust proceeded quite differently. It would never have occurred to him that Faust could have resulted from the placement of 300,000 letters. It was totally unnecessary for Goethe to know that Faust could be composed of 300,000 letters, and yet he composed it. We might, on the one hand, and indeed we even must, picture a chaos, with things in a state of utter disorder, but conceive, on the other, of a good God, with all the various laws in mind according to which he would arrange the world, exactly as Goethe would have done if he had been set before a type case to bring forth his Faust. But neither God nor Goethe went to work in this fashion. What we have to picture going on in God's soul has nothing whatever to do with the whole train of thought about composition, any more than such an incredibly cleverly conceived composition applies in the case of the creation of Goethe's Faust. In other words, this whole train of thought leads to absurdity. It is brilliant, it is well-reasoned, it is conscientious, all these things, yet it ends in absurdity. That comes of a conscientious person engaging in a train of thought and pursuing it, but losing sight of the actual factors that could have led to a sound conclusion. This is a much more important matter than we might suppose, for it demonstrates how extraordinarily difficult it can be, no matter how scientifically one proceeds, to avoid losing sight of reality as we pursue a train of thought. We must imbue our feelings with this realization and learn a great deal from just such an example. Two things are required as we mull it over. One is that we educate ourselves through an outstanding example of this kind. Two, an awareness that the search for truth is far from easy, and that we badly need to develop a feeling for the fact that not just any thought sequence that strikes us at first glance as correct is actually a sound one. The more we can imbue ourselves with the feeling that we could err, that even at our most conscientious we might be wrong, the more easily will we avoid a rigid clinging to our own opinions, to a stubborn belief in the correctness of our views. It is a very common thing these days to encounter people who declare that they think this or that to be a fact. The typical reaction one has in such encounters is how fortunate and at the same time how simple-minded such people are. Fortunate because they have no idea what it really means to believe in something they have figured out. And simple-minded because they don't have a glimmering of how far removed from reality their thoughts may be. But we should be aware that we mustn't allow this realization to depress us. It will make us very modest indeed, but not to the point of driving us into melancholia, to a sense of despair about human life because of the great difficulty of achieving truth. For we know that the life of the human soul is unending and must be a quest, that it may even be due to a wise ordaining that the quest for truth is so difficult. And we will find that life rests upon this fact. It would be the death of our souls if the quest for truth were easy, if those people who say they have found out how to arrange things in a way to make the whole world happy were right. If, confronted by the world's complexity, it were such a simple matter to discover truth as most individuals believe it to be, that would mean the death of the soul. For the soul's life depends on our inability to find any access to the totality of truth. It requires a long, slow search for truth, and the preservation of a profound degree of modesty as one progresses in it, step by step. Error is the more likely, the more comprehensive the truth we seek. So it was natural for even one of the most learned men to fall into childish error, such as that demonstrated in connection with solving the cosmic problem of chance and providence. But dismay and depression over the fact that truth can be discovered only with such difficulty cannot touch us if we bear in mind that life derives from our having to seek truth. The quest is what matters. You might say, well, if it were to mean the death of the soul not to have to search for truth, that fate is surely going to claim us now, for we have currently reached a high point in human evolution in the lack of feeling for a true quest for truth. In the whole course of history, there have never been more people with programs, more individuals who believe that they can solve the whole cosmic riddle with a word or two. So we do have the very outlook right now that can be described as leading to the death of the soul. And it would indeed mean the death of the soul if what these program people think were true. But it is not true, fortunately. The thinking of people like Fritz Mautner, and I'll spell that, it's Mautner, Fritz Mautner, is more typical than one might assume, and there are many of them. The volumes of his Untitled Philosophical Dictionary are a perfect example of the current outlook. They really reflect the way most people think who aren't interested enough in freeing themselves from the trend of contemporary thought to move in a direction such as spiritual science has taken. People like Mautner say, we come, on the one hand, to the untenable concept of a world that has come into being by chance, for this has the degree of improbability I have been demonstrating. But the alternative concept of an all-wise God is just as untenable, since our human minds find it impossible to credit the existence of a God, a good God, who created in his head everything he needed to assemble out of the initial chaos. Let me read that sentence again, But the alternative concept of an all-wise God is just as untenable, since our human minds find it impossible to credit the existence of a God, a good God, who created in his head everything he needed to assemble out of initial chaos the various quote-unquote letters that compose the universe. Mautner believes that people used to make do with concepts like chance and providence, but that we have now advanced beyond them, since we realize today that they have no cosmic significance, no objective meaning. As mere fragments of our human minds, they hold meaning for ourselves alone. They are judged entirely on the basis of whether they are presently applicable to the world at large. People like this always say, "Look, how childish people used to be. They talked on the one hand of divine providence and on the other of the concept chance." We must recognize the fact that both concepts exist only in the thoughts of human beings, and are not even remotely applicable to the world. And on what do they base this judgment? They say, when we survey the whole range of philosophical thought, the philosophical procedure followed by many philosophers, and Mautner has really sat down and studied the world's philosophers, and is as familiar with all of them as anyone can be in a single lifetime, we see what trouble they took to arrive at concepts. But all these are just human concepts. They can't be applied to reality. There is no reality in the concept of divine providence. And Mautner's article on chance ends with the statement that divine providence, the cosmic order, cosmic harmony, and the beauty of the world used to be looked upon as concepts in the following context, quote, "Yes, there are elements of chance in the world, but the world is also endowed with order and beauty," close quote. And Mautner ends, quote, "But we realize that the concept of chance is man-made, and so are the concepts of beauty and order, of God, of causality," close quote. We know, in other words, that they are all of human origin, and lack objective applicability. Quote, "Thus it is the height of literal-mindedness even to ask the question whether chance or God is the origin of universal order and beauty, and worse, to try to answer it with a childish simile," close quote. Now, what have Mautner and all the other philosophers who agree with him done to arrive at the insight that the concepts of God and chance and order are human products, and that neither order nor beauty and so on really exist outside us? You needn't believe me, but they have demonstrated with all possible philosophical incisiveness how profoundly human reason goes to work to produce such concepts, and how true it is that they are human products. They have demonstrated this. He has offered proof when he says, quote, "But we know," etc., unquote, close quote. He has proved it. But if we look at how he proved it, we have to say, yes, dear Mr. Mautner, you are right. But we are familiar with the fact that the concepts of chance, beauty, God, and the June bug are all the work of man. That is true, looked at in the right light. Now you would have to spend years making a really thorough study of it. But if you were to examine the penetrating thinking that has gone into demonstrating how all the concepts mentioned above are the fruits of human thinking, you would find trains of thought that can very properly be applied to the assertion that the June bug concept is also man-made. That is certainly true. But does that say anything about whether June bugs can fly around outside there and are real? What is childish is to say that the concept of the June bug is just a human product. One can think really penetratingly and be totally convinced of the correctness of one's conclusions, and yet have lost the thread on which the true facts are strung. All the proofs adduced in support of the finding that the above concepts are simply fruits of human thinking do not say anything about the objective existence of these things. Just as calling the June bug concept a human product does not help us when its objective existence is in question. You see what tremendous certainty the modern scientific way of thinking generates. It is reflected in such a statement as, quote, "We know that the concepts of chance, beauty, order, God, and causality are all man-made." So it seems to us to be the very height of literal-mindedness, even to ask the question whether chance or God is the origin of universal order and beauty, close quote. Well then, one must comment, you believe, since you can prove that the June bug concept is man-made, that it is being childish, being a victim of literal-mindedness, to apply the June bug concept to an insect flying around there, outside the window? It is all exactly the same thing. You simply don't notice the similarity. What is the point of bringing up such matters? Why, to call attention to how difficult it is to get at truth by stringing logical concepts together. To show what the outcome can be, no matter how penetratingly one proceeds. To illustrate how thoroughly we must imbue ourselves with the sense of the difficulty of the quest for truth, both in great and small concerns. The more you develop a feeling for this, as a result of what has been discussed today, the better it will be. On Hegel's birthday, August 27, we will build on the foundation laid today in a spiritual scientific approach to the concepts chance, necessity, and providence. The end of Lecture 1. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Chance, Providence and Necessity. Lecture 2, given on August 27, 1915. In the preceding lectures, I've been calling attention to the fact that there will still be a great deal to say about a certain problem or question, even though it has already been the subject of discussion here from a great variety of viewpoints. That is the question of the alternating states of waking and sleeping in human beings. I have repeatedly spoken in public lectures of how this problem of sleep has occupied a more materialistically oriented science also, and how it is being handled. On several occasions, I have referred to some of the various attempts that have been made to solve it. There is the so-called exhaustion theory, which is only one of the many that have been advanced in recent decades. This theory holds that we secrete substances resulting from the wear and tear of work and of our other activities during waking life, and that the sleeping state somehow eliminates these exhaustion products, which are then formed anew in the following period of waking consciousness. Now we must always take the position that such a theory, I mean what it describes, does not have to be wrong from the standpoint of spiritual science, just because of its purely materialistic origin. The materialistic rightness of this particular theory need not now be gone into at any further length. Other theories have been advanced in the same matter, as I have just mentioned. But from the standpoint of spiritual science, no question will be raised as to whether such a process can take place, whether exhaustion products are really secreted during day-waking consciousness and destroyed again at night. This actual process will not be brought into question or further discussed. It must be a main concern of spiritual science to examine a problem, to study life's riddles, in a way that really relates the standpoint from which they are studied to the insights that can be gained in a particular age. that will provide the right basis for bringing the right light to bear on facts such as the secretion of exhaustion products. In most of life's problems, indeed in all of them, the point is to know what questions to ask, to avoid pursuing a mistaken line of questioning. In the case of the alternation between sleeping and waking, the development of a viewpoint from which to study these two human states is all important, and the proper light can be brought to bear upon certain phenomena of human life only if matters introduced in a very early phase of our spiritual scientific efforts are kept in mind. In the very early days, I called attention to the fact that if we want to get an overview of world evolution, we have mainly to consider 7 stages of consciousness, 7 life conditions, and 7 form states. Certain life questions can be answered simply by considering changes in form. Other questions can be illuminated by studying life metamorphoses. But certain phenomena in life, certain facts of life, cannot be illuminated any other way than by rising to a consideration of the various states of consciousness involved. It is quite natural, in considering the problem of waking and sleeping, to concern ourselves with questions of the difference involved in the 2 states of consciousness. For we have certainly learned from a great variety of studies that we are here dealing with different states of consciousness, so that the question of consciousness is the all-important one here. We must realize that our most important concern in dealing with this question is to base it on the matter of consciousness. We will have to ask ourselves what the real difference is between the waking and the sleeping states. And this is what we find. When we are awake, we need only to register what each one of us is conscious of. We look at the world around us and perceive it. And we will be able to say that when we are in the day-waking state, we cannot observe our own inner life as we do our surroundings. I have often called your attention to the fact of what a crude illusion it would be if we were to conceive of the study of anatomy as leading to observation of the inner man. Only what is external in us, though it lies beneath our skin, can be studied by material anatomy. Our inner aspect cannot be studied during ordinary waking consciousness. Even what a person comes to know of himself while he is awake is the world's outer aspect, or more exactly, that aspect of him that belongs to the external world. But if we now observe the human being from the contrasting aspect of the sleeping state, its essential characteristic, as you can see from the various discussions that have previously taken place here, is that he is observing himself. While we are in that condition, the object of our attention is the human being. Our consciousness is occupied with ourselves. If you examine some of the most commonplace phenomena from this standpoint, you will find them readily comprehensible. Now, if what materialistic science states on the subject of sleeping and waking were all that could be said about it, it would seem to contradict an observation I once made here, namely, that an independently wealthy person who hasn't made any particular effort is more often seen to fall asleep at lectures than someone who has been exerting himself at work. This observation would have to be wrong if tiredness were the real cause of sleep. What we have to consider here is that the coupon clipper who listens to a lecture is not focusing his day-waking interest on it, is perhaps not particularly interested in it, may even find it impossible to take an interest in it because he doesn't understand it and is therefore justified in his apathy. He is much more interested in himself. So he withdraws his attention from the lecture to concentrate on himself. One could, of course, ask, Why particularly upon himself? That too can easily be explained. There are certain reasons why the lecture doesn't interest him, and they are usually that he is more interested in other aspects of life than in those under discussion in the lecture, or at least in their relevance. But the lecture keeps him from occupying himself with what would otherwise be interesting him. A person who has no interest in hearing a lecture might conceivably prefer to spend the time eating oysters instead of attending the lecture. Perhaps he is more interested in the experience of eating oysters than in that provided by the lecture. But the lecture disturbs him. There is no way for him to eat oysters if he attends it. He behaves as though he wanted to hear it, but it keeps him from eating oysters. Since he can't be eating them, he settles for the only thing available besides the lecture that is disturbing him. The hour ahead is taken up with something that he can only hear, something without interest for him, so he turns his attention to the only other available interest, his own inner being, and enjoys himself. For his falling asleep is self-enjoyment. You can gather from what we have studied that sleeping consciousness is still at the stage that prevailed in man during the ancient sun period. It is the same consciousness we share with plants. We know both these facts from previous lectures. Now, our sleeping man at the lecture is not in the same state of consciousness in which we would find him if he were enjoying the external world. He is working his way back into subconsciousness, as it were. But that doesn't matter. He enjoys himself anyhow, and his enjoyment comes from his interest in himself. So we must find it understandable that sleep takes over, not as a result of inner weariness, but because his interest moves away from the outer scene, the lecture or the concert or whatever, to what does interest him. This is always the fact of the matter if one studies the alternation between sleeping and waking with thoroughness, and in its inner aspect. When we are awake, we may look upon our condition as one in which we turn our attention outward to the world around us. We withdraw our interest from our inner life. The opposite is true of the sleeping state. Attention is directed inward to the self and withdrawn from what lies outside it. Since we have left our bodies during sleep, we actually see them from outside. We can, as you see, trace the alternation between sleeping and waking to another cause, and say that we live in successive cycles, in one of which our interest is awake to the world outside us, and in the other to our inner world. This alternation between outer and inner is one that belongs every bit as much to our life as the fact that the sun shines on the earth, and then goes down, leaving it in darkness, belongs to the earth's life. In the latter case, the spatial constellation is the factor involved in the alternation between light and darkness, bringing about the cycle of daytime and nighttime. Now you can easily see how mistaken it would be to say that the day is the cause of the night, and the night of the day. That would be what I have described to you in preceding lectures as a worm's philosophy. It is simply nonsense to call the day the cause of the night and vice versa. Both result from the regular alternation in the spatial relationship between sun and earth. It makes just as little sense to say that sleep is the cause of waking and waking the cause of sleep. Just as, in the earth's case, the only thing that makes sense is to say that it undergoes an alternation between day and night because of its position in space, so human life undergoes an alternation between interest for the inner and interest for the outer scene. These conditions have to succeed each other. Anything else is out of the question. Life decrees that human beings must focus their attention on their surroundings for a while, and then turn it inward, just as the sun, descending in the west, has no choice about what its further course will be. But we enter a realm here where the following must always be kept in mind. The sun has to make a certain period of hours into daytime, and another period into night. But human beings are in a position to vary things and upset routines, like the coupon clipper who sleeps even though he isn't tired, voluntarily turning his attention inward, enjoying himself, really enjoying his body. Or like a student cramming for examinations who to some extent overcomes his need for normal sleep. Many students sleep very little before examinations, but this brings up the big questions we will be concerning ourselves with. Questions about necessity in outer nature, questions about the frequently discussed subject of chance, both in nature and in human life, questions about providence that apply to the entire universe. As soon as we touch on the sphere of human life, we come upon an element that belongs to the field of necessity, something necessary to man if he is to live and have his being in the world. There is much that we will be discussing in regard to this. What I've been telling you has been said not only, and please note that not only, and please note the not only as well as a partly, in quotes, not only, in quotes, partly. Let me read that again. What I've been telling you has been said not only, and please note the quote, not only, close quote, as well as a quote, partly, close quote, to call your attention to the fact that we must try to get a proper perspective on the alternation between sleeping and waking. This means asking what sort of consciousness we have when we are awake. The answer is that the outer world, rather than the human being, is its object, that we forget ourselves and turn our attention to the surrounding world. Conversely, consciousness in sleep is such that we forget the world outside us and observe ourselves. But we return first to the state of consciousness we had on the sun. The fact that we enjoy ourselves is of secondary importance. But that is not the only reason why I have referred to this perspective. It was also to call attention to the importance of noting the ways consciousness is related to the world, and to the fact that we can come to know the essential nature of certain things only by inquiring into the kind of consciousness involved. It is, for example, quite impossible to know anything of importance about the structure of the hierarchical order of higher spiritual beings, unless we concern ourselves with their consciousness. If you go through the various lecture cycles, you will see what trouble was taken to characterize the consciousness of angels, archangels, and so on. For it is essential in any study to give careful thought to what constitutes the right approach. A person might say that he is quite familiar with the hierarchical order. First comes the human being, then the higher rank of angels, then the still higher archangels, then the archai, and so on. He writes them down in ascending order and claims to understand. Each hierarchy is one step above the one before. But if that were all one knew about these beings, one would know as little about the hierarchical order as one knows about the levels of a house, from the fact that each higher story is superimposed upon the one below it. One could make a drawing that would fit both cases. What really matters is to note the salient facts in the case under study. We only know something about these higher beings if we are familiar with the states of consciousness in which the various hierarchies live, and if we can describe it. This must form the basis of a study of them. The same thing holds true in the study of human beings. We know very little indeed about our inner being, if we can say nothing further on the subject of the sleeping state than that our ego and astral body are outside our physical and etheric bodies. Though that is true, it is a totally abstract pronouncement, since it conveys no more information about the difference between sleeping and waking than one possesses in the case of a full and an empty beer glass. In the one case there is beer in it, and in the other the beer is elsewhere. It is true enough that the ego and the astral body have left the physical and etheric bodies of a sleeping person, but we must be of a will to go on to ever further and more inclusive, concrete insights. We try to do this, for example, when we describe the alternation of interest in the two states of consciousness. I once made you a light red drawing of man, and then a blue one in illustration of my statements, to the effect that, for the clairvoyant, the human being is in the hollow part shown in the drawings. If a person falls asleep and possesses a higher consciousness, it can be just the beginning of it, but even then we can really perceive, for we begin by observing ourselves. He sees this hollow part. At such moments we see clearly how mistaken the belief is, that we are made of compact matter, that what seems to day-waking consciousness to be substantial is actually empty space. Of course, we must keep in mind that human beings are really outside their bodies during sleep. So, they see the empty space surrounded by this aura. They are not in their bodies. They are looking on from outside them. So they see the empty space within the aura. It is a shaped yet hollow space. Looked at from outside, other kinds of spaces are, of course, filled with something. Therefore, a person naturally appears in the shape he has when looked at with day-waking consciousness. But he is seen surrounded by what might be described as an auric cloud, an aura. We don't see him entirely clearly at first, but rather in an auric cloud that we must first penetrate. We see an auric cloud outlining a shadowy form. It is as though we see the person in a more or less brilliant aura viewed from outside. The space occupied by his physical form is left empty. I will resort to a trivial comparison to convey an adequate impression of this phenomenon, perceived when we become conscious during sleep. We have all had the experience of going about in a city when it is foggy or misty, and have seen how the lights there appeared as though in a rainbow aura, without sharp outlines. This impression of lights, like empty spaces in the surrounding fog, is an experience everyone has had, and it is very similar to what I have been describing. The area imaginatively perceived is seen as though in a fog or mist, and the physical human beings are the empty, dark spaces there inside it. We may say, then, that we see human beings through an aura when we attain to clairvoyance in our sleep. We become materialists when we learn to look directly at our fellow human beings instead of seeing their auras. That was brought about as a result of luciferic developments that made it possible to begin to see ourselves with day-waking consciousness. And this helps us to understand an important passage in the Old Testament, the one that says that people went about naked prior to the seduction by Lucifer. This is not to be taken as meaning that their state of awareness in their nakedness at all resembled what yours would be if you were to do the same thing now. It means that they previously saw the surrounding aura. So they had no such awareness of the human being as we would have now if people were to run about in the nude, for they perceived human beings spiritually clothed. The aura was the clothing. And when that innocence was lost, and human beings were condemned to a materialistic way of life, meaning that they could no longer perceive auras, they saw what they had not seen while the aura was still perceptible. And they began to replace auras with clothing. That is the origin of clothing. Garments replaced auras. It is actually a good thing in our materialistic age to know that people clothed themselves for no other reason than to emulate their aura with what they wore. That is especially the case with rituals, for everything that is worn on such occasions represents some part of the aura. You can see for yourselves, too, that Mary and Joseph and Mary Magdalene wear quite different garments. One wears a rose-colored dress with a blue mantle, the other a blue robe with a red mantle. Mary Magdalene is often portrayed in a yellow garment, for those who were still familiar with the old tradition, or who still retained remnants of clairvoyance. An attempt was always made to reproduce the aura of the individual in question, for people were aware that the aura ought to be indicated, ought to find expression in the clothing worn. An aberration typical of our materialistic age afflicts certain circles who see an ideal in doing away with clothing and who regard the so-called nudity cult as extremely wholesome. Materialism can always be counted upon to draw the practical conclusions of its thinking. There is actually a magazine devoted to this cause that calls itself Beauty. A misunderstanding is at the root of this. The magazine believes itself to be serving something other than the crassest, coarsest materialism. But that is all that can be served when reality is seen exclusively in what external, sense-perceptible nature has brought forth. The wearing of clothes originated as a means of preserving in ordinary life the state of consciousness that sees human beings surrounded by an aura. We should therefore find out where the contemporary tendency to do away with clothes comes from. It comes from a total absence of any imagination in clothing ourselves. No idealism is involved, but rather a lack of any imagination where beauty is concerned. For clothes are intended to beautify the wearer, and to see beauty only in unclothed human beings would for a time reveal an instinct for materialism. I intend at a later date to contrast this with the situation existing in Greek civilization. That civilization provides us with the best means of studying this matter in the light of what has just been said. Now it becomes more and more important for people to learn how various conditions of consciousness provide insights for a study of life. Sleeping and waking are alternations in states of consciousness. But while sleeping and waking bring about sharply marked changes in our state of consciousness, smaller changes occur as well. Day-waking consciousness also has its nuances, and some of which tend more toward sleep, others more toward the waking state. We are all aware that there are individuals given to spending a large part of their lives not actually asleep, but drowsing. We say of them that they are asleep, meaning that they go through life as though in a dream. You can tell them something, and in no time at all they have forgotten it. We can't call it real dreaming, but things flit by them as though in a dream, and are instantly forgotten. This drowsiness is a nuance of consciousness bordering on sleep. But if somebody beats another up, that is a nuance that goes beyond the state of ordinary sleep, and doesn't remain just a mental image. Life presents a variety of nuances of consciousness. We could set up a whole scale of them, but they all have their own rightness. A lot depends on our developing a feeling for these nuances. A person occasionally has such a sense if he is born healthy and grows up in a healthy state. It is important to have a certain sensitivity for how seriously to take this or that in life, how much or how little attention to pay to it, what matters to take a stand on, and what to keep to oneself. All this has to do with the asserting of consciousness, and such nuances do indeed exist. And it is very important to know as we go through life that life can develop in us the delicate sensitivity that tells us how much consciousness to focus on any particular matter, how strongly to stress something. We really make important progress both in leading a healthy life and in the possibility of contributing to orderly conditions in our environment if we pay attention to how strongly we should focus our consciousness on this or that. The state of consciousness we are in when we are among people and talking with them in an ordinary way about various matters is different from the state of consciousness in which a sense of delicacy forbids our discussing certain other subjects. These are two distinctly differing nuances of consciousness. But the presence of a sense of the fitness of things is simply another state of consciousness, and it is endlessly important in life to have an awareness of such considerations. I'd like to show you at hand of an example. Let me read that again. I'd like to show you at hand of an example that there are indeed individuals who possess understanding for such nuances of consciousness. Today is the 27th of August, Hegel's birthday, and tomorrow, the 28th, is Goethe's. They follow on one another's heels. Now, Hegel wrote an titled Encyclopedia of the Philosophical Sciences, among other works, and a first edition of it was published. This book is noteworthy in a certain respect. There would be absolutely no point in opening it at random and reading this or that page. You could make exactly as much sense out of it as out of Chinese. A statement taken at random from a page of Hegel would convey nothing whatsoever. In a lecture in Berlin last winter, I explained how little sense it made to divorce one of Hegel's sentences from its context. For sentences in Hegel's encyclopedia make sense only when one has skipped over something that poses riddles for the human mind and arrived at the place where Hegel says, quote, "Considered in and of itself, being is the concept," close quote, and so on. If one begins there and exposes oneself to all the rest of it, then, and only then, does every sentence make sense at the place where it stands. Each sentence owes its meaning to its place in the whole. Well, so Hegel had his encyclopedia published. In the preface to the first edition, he explained why he arranged it as he did. When there had to be a second edition, Hegel wrote a preface to that. Now, an author can sometimes have quite an experience of life between two editions of a book, for even if one has already become acquainted with one's fellow men, one feels oneself duty-bound not to see them entirely in the light in which they sometimes reveal themselves, and besides, one can tell quite a bit about them from the reception the book is given. That was true in Hegel's case also. So, then he wrote a preface to the second edition, and there are important passages in it. I'm going to read you two such. One, the very first sentence, the second, sentences from the second page. The preface to the second edition begins as follows, quote, "The well-disposed reader will find that several sections have been revised and developed in sharper definition. I have taken pains therein to make my presentation a less formal one, and to bring abstract concepts closer to the layman's understanding, making them more concrete by using more extensive exoteric annotations." Close quote. He was concerned, you see, to explain esoteric matters exoterically. The book continues, longer quote, "The extreme brevity necessitated by a summarization of material, quite sufficiently abstruse to begin with, nevertheless leaves this second edition with the same goal as the first, namely to serve as a preliminary text, requiring further exegesis in the form of lectures. The title Encyclopedia usually presupposes a less rigid adherence to scientific method and a more general structuring. But it lies in the nature of the subject matter that logical aspects must remain the basis of the presentation. There were all too many occasions and provocations that seemed to require me to clarify my philosophical position with regard to the spiritual and the insipid concerns of contemporary culture, a thing to be undertaken only exoterically and only in a preface. For even if these concerns claim a relationship to philosophy, they do not do so scientifically, which means not at all. They approach it from without and remain outside it. It is uncongenial and mistaken to involve oneself in a situation so alien to science. All the clarifying and explaining one might do fails to further that insight which can alone form the object of true knowledge. But it may be useful or necessary to comment on various phenomena. Close quote. This is the proof that Hegel tried to shape the first edition in what was for him an esoteric manner, and that it was only in the second edition that he added what seemed to him exoteric aspects. Our time often possesses no understanding for these exoteric and esoteric elements. It doesn't so easily embark on the course Hegel traveled, who wanted to keep to himself everything originating in his own subjective view of a matter. And it was only after he had built up a complete organismic structure and freed it from any subjective aspects that he was willing to present this objective material in his book. He remained of the opinion that one's own path in achieving an insight was something that should be kept a private matter. In this he evidenced sensitive feeling for the difference between two states of consciousness, that into which he wanted to enter when addressing the public, and that other developed for communing with himself. And then the world urged him, as the world so often does, in creating undesirable outcomes, to overcome this embarrassment of his for a certain period. For what lay at the bottom of his feeling was embarrassment, impelling him to silence about the way he had arrived at his concepts. As you know, embarrassment usually makes people blush. We would have to say, meaning something spiritual thereby, that Hegel blushed spiritually when he had to write a thing like his preface to the second edition. Here you see one of those nuances of consciousness over which embarrassment extends. I wanted to demonstrate with an example how nuances of consciousness show up in life, including nuances in actions of the will and in what we do. We need to become ever more fully aware that life really must consist of such nuances, that we have to relate differences in states of consciousness to everything we do. Sleeping and waking involve very marked differences, but there can also be a nuance of consciousness in which we are aware that a matter concerns not just ourselves, but the surrounding world as well. Another in which we confront the world with awareness that we must tread gently. And still another in which we know that what we do must be done with ourselves alone, or only in the most intimate circle. The concepts and ideas we garner from spiritual science really make a difference in life. They teach us to recognize subtle subjective differences, provided we aren't disposed to know them only from the usual standpoint, realizing instead that a serious concern with spiritual science makes us a gift of this capacity for practical tact. But that serious concern with spiritual science must be present. It is, of course, absent if we project into spiritual science the sensations, desires, and instincts that ordinarily prevail. If that is the case, what is derived from spiritual science amounts to little more than can be garnered from any other indifferent source of learning. I've been speaking of nuances of consciousness, and saying that there are nuances within the waking states very close to sleep. But it can happen that a person lacks the inclination to concern himself with certain details and subtleties, as in the case of the coupon clipper in yesterday's lecture. One may enjoy reading books or lecture cycles, but experience a dwindling consciousness at certain places in the text, and drowsiness sets in. The conscientiousness required to overcome such a condition is simply not there to call upon. That is why I have continued to stress that things should not be made too easy for people desiring to involve themselves with spiritual science. We hear again and again that books should be written in a popular style, that title Theosophy is not popular enough. I discern behind such comments a wish for books that people could drowse through in a way they can't with Theosophy. It is vitally necessary to have sufficient interest for objective facts to rid ourselves of certain feelings and sensations we have had in the past. If we allow ourselves to drowse as we confront this or that theme in spiritual science that ought to engage our interest, we would stay awake only in the case of those matters most easily absorbed. And such a lack of objective interest leads to an inevitable development. The coupon cutter feels obligated to listen to the lecture, for lecture going is part of a proper lifestyle. But he suffers tortures because of his total lack of interest. But he is gradually relieved. He enjoys himself and sometimes even falls soundly asleep, a condition he doesn't have to guard against unless he starts snoring. All of this is a perfectly natural development. Now let us picture this process transferred to another kind of consciousness. Let us imagine a person who lacks the needed full interest in the concrete details of spiritual science. He feels that he is listening best when he is not paying attention to details. I have even heard the comment, quote, "Oh, what he is saying isn't the important thing, it's the, quote, vibrations, unquote, quote, the way it's said," quote, close quote, close larger quote. The lecturer can often discern this type of drowsy listening in the listener's appearance. This is exactly the same situation on the soul level as that of the coupon clipper in external life. For if attention is being given to vibrations instead of to what spiritual science is offering, it turns the hearer's interest inward, as happens when the coupon clipper is enjoying himself. It may be that such a person describes himself between lectures as taking an interest in what the lecture offered and claims interest in this or that lecture. But he is really gossiping about his or someone else's previous incarnations. He has, in other words, shifted everything to an interest in himself, in an identical internalizing process. We really see the same process here that goes on in the external life of the coupon clipper, who falls asleep at every lecture, in the case of those who feel that details are not important, but who claim an interest in spiritual science they really lack. So they fall asleep as to details, and their interest is transferred to their own personalities. Things of this sort have to be made clear. If we were to see them clearly, much that happens would not occur. I would like to see you make a study of the nuanced levels of consciousness as I have tried to describe them. The last example given should perhaps not be taken amiss now or at any other time. There is no question that the movement of spiritual science is met with a good deal of sleepiness, while a strong tendency to self-enjoyment gets the upper hand, with the result that spiritual science is used only as a means of indulging in self-enjoyment. But we want to concentrate on nuances of consciousness, for unless we do so, we will not be able to achieve an understanding of necessity, chance, and providence. The end of Lecture 2. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Chance, Providence, and Necessity. Lecture 3, given on August 28, 1915. I want, as I've said, to use these days to lay the foundation we will need to bring the right light to bear on the concepts chance, necessity, and providence. But today, that will require me to introduce certain preparatory concepts, abstract counterparts, as it were, of the beautiful concrete images we have been considering. And to do the job as thoroughly as we must, a lecture will have to be added on Monday. That will give us today, tomorrow after the eurythmy performance, and Monday at 7. The performance tomorrow will be at 3 o'clock, and a further lecture will follow immediately. For contemporary consciousness, as it has come into being and gradually evolved up to the present under the influence of materialistic thought, the concepts necessity and chance are indistinguishable. What I am saying is that many a person whose consciousness and mentality have been affected by a materialistic outlook can no longer tell necessity and chance apart. Now there are a number of facts in relation to which even minds muddled by materialism can still accept the concept of necessity, in a somewhat narrow sense at least. Even individuals limited by materialism still agree that the sun will rise tomorrow out of a certain necessity. In their view, the probability that the sun will rise tomorrow is great enough to be tantamount to necessity. Facts of this kind, occurring in the relatively great expanse of nature and natural happenings on our planet, are allowed by such persons to pass as valid cases of necessity. Conversely, their concepts of necessity narrow when they are confronted with what may be called historical events. And an outstanding example is Fritz Mautner, whose name has often been mentioned here. He is the author of titled Critique of Language, written for the purpose of out-Kanting Kant, as well as of a titled Philosophical Dictionary. An article on history appears in the latter. It is extremely interesting to see how he tries there to figure out what history is. He says, quote, "When the sun rises, I am confronted with a fact," close quote. To take an example, we have been able today, the 28th of August, 1915, to witness the fact that the sun has risen. That is a fact. And now he concludes that we can ascribe this rising of the sun to a law, to necessity, only because it happened yesterday and the day before and so on, as long as people have been observing the sun. It was not just a case of a single fact, but of a whole sequence of identical or similar facts in outer nature that brought about this recognition of necessity. But when it comes to history, says Mautner, Caesar, for example, was here only once, so we can't speak of necessity in his case. It would be impossible to speak of necessity in his existence only if, it would be possible to speak of necessity in his existence only if such a fact were to be repeated. But historical facts are not repeated, so we can't talk of necessity in relation to them. In other words, all of history has to be looked upon as chance. And Mautner, as I've said, is an honest man, a really honest man, unlike other less honest individuals. He is a man who draws the conclusions of his assumptions. So he says of historical necessity, for example, quote, that Napoleon outdid himself and marched to Russia, or that I smoked one cigar more than usual in the past hour, are two facts that really happened, both necessary, both, as we rightly expect in the case of the most grandiose, as well as the most absurdly insignificant historical facts, not without consequences, close quote. To his honest feeling, something that may be termed historical fact, like Napoleon's campaign against Russia, though it could equally well be some other happening, and the reported fact that he smoked an extra cigar, are both necessary facts, if we apply the term necessity to historical facts at all. You will be amazed at my citing this particular sentence from Mautner's article on history. I cite it because we have here an honest man straightforwardly admitting something that his less honest fellows with a modern scientific background refuse to admit. He is admitting that the fact that Caesar lived cannot be distinguished from the fact of Mautner himself having smoked an extra cigar by calling upon the means available to us and considered valid by contemporary science. No difference can be ascertained by the methods modern science recognizes. Now he takes a positive stand, declaring his refusal to recognize a valid difference to be so foolish as to represent history as science, when according to the hypotheses of present-day science, history cannot qualify as a science. He is really honest. He says with some justification, for example, that Wundt set up a systematic arrangement of the sciences. History was, of course, listed among them. But no more objective reason for Wundt's doing this can really be discovered than that it had become customary, or, in other words, it happens to be a fact that universities set up history faculties. If a regular faculty were provided to teach the art of riding, asserts Mautner, and from his standpoint rightly, professors like Wundt would include the art of riding in their system of the sciences, not from any necessity recognized by current scientific insight, but for quite other reasons. We really have to say that the present has parted ways to a very considerable extent with what we encounter in Goethe's Faust. This can be quite shattering if we take it seriously enough. There is much, very much in Faust that points to the profoundest riddles in the human soul. We simply don't take things sufficiently seriously these days. What does Faust say right at the beginning, after he has spoken of how little philosophy, jurisprudence, medicine, and theology were able to give him as a student, after expressing himself about these four fields of learning? What science and life in general have given him as nourishment for his soul has brought him to the following conviction, quote, "No dog would endure such a cursed existence, wherefore from magic I seek assistance, that many a secret perchance I reach through spirit power and spirit speech, and thus the bitter task forego of saying things I do not know, that I may detect the inmost force which binds the world and guides its course. Its germs, productive powers explore and rummage in empty words no more." The Bayard Taylor translation, close quote. What is it Faust wants to know, then? Quote, germs and productive powers, close quote. Here, the human heart, too, senses in its depths a questioning about chance and necessity in life. Necessity. Let us picture a person like Faust, confronting the question of necessity in the history of the human race. Such an individual asks, why am I present at this point in evolution? What brought me here? What necessity, running its course through what we call history, introduced me into historical evolution at just this moment? Faust asks these questions out of the very depths of his soul, and he believes that they can be answered only if he understands, quote, productive powers and germs, close quote. Understands, in other words, how outer experience contains a hidden clue to the way the thread of necessity runs through everything that happens. Now let us imagine a personality like Faust's, having for some reason or other to make an admission similar to Fritz Mautner's. Mautner is, of course, not sufficiently Faustian to sense the consequences Faust would experience if he had to admit one day that he could distinguish no difference between the fact that Caesar occupied his place in history and the fact of having smoked an extra cigar in the past hour. Just imagine transferring into the mind of Faust the reflection on the nature of historical evolution voiced by Mautner from his particular standpoint. Faust would have had to say, I am as necessary in ongoing world evolution as smoking an extra cigar once was to Fritz Mautner. Things are simply not given their due weight. If they were, we would realize how significant it is for human life that an individual who embraces the entire scientific conscience of the present admits the impossibility of distinguishing with the means currently available to science between the fact that Caesar lived and the fact that Mautner smoked an extra cigar. In other words, admits that the necessity in the one case is indistinguishable from the necessity in the other. When the time comes that people sense this with a truly Faustian intensity, they will be mature enough to understand how essential it is to grasp the element of necessity in historical facts, in the way we have tried to do with the aid of spiritual science in the case of many an historical fact. For spiritual science has shown us how the facts relative to the successive historical epochs have been injected, as it were, into the sphere of external reality by advancing spiritual evolution. And what we might state about the necessity of this or that happening at some particular time differs very sharply indeed from the fact of Fritz Mautner smoking his extra cigar. We have stressed the connection between the Old and the New Testaments, between the time preceding and the time following the mystery of Golgotha, and stressed too how the various cultures succeeded one another in the post-Atlantean epoch, and how the various facts occurring during these cultural periods sprang from spiritual causes. The angle from which we view things is tremendously important. We should be aware of the consequences of the assumptions presently held to have sole scientific validity. Days like yesterday, which was Hegel's birthday, and today, which is Goethe's, should be festive occasions for realizing how necessary it is to recall the great will impulses of earlier times, to recall Hegel's and Goethe's impulses of will, in order to perceive how deeply humanity has become implicated in materialism. There have always been superficial people. The difference between our time and Goethe's and Hegel's is not that there were no superficial people then, but rather that in those days the superficial people could not manage to get their outlook recognized as the only valid one. There was that slight difference in the situation. Yesterday was Hegel's birthday. He was born in Stuttgart on August 27, 1970. Since it was impossible for him, living at that time, to penetrate into truly spiritual life as we do today with the aid of spiritual science, he sought in his way to lay hold on the spiritual element in ideas and concepts. He made these his spiritual foothold. When we look at the phenomena surrounding us, we seek the spiritual life, the truly living life of the spirit that underlies them. Whereas Hegel, since he could go no further, sought the invisible idea, the fabric of ideas, first the fabric of ideas in pure logic, then that behind nature, and finally that underlying everything that happens as a spiritual element. And he approached history too in such a way that he really accomplished much of significance in his historical studies, even if in the abstract form of ideas rather than in the concrete form of the spiritual. Now, what does a person who honestly adopts Fritz Mautner's standpoint do if, let us say, he sets about describing the evolution of art from Egyptian and Grecian times up to the present? He examines the documented findings, registers them, and then considers himself the more genuinely scientific the less ideas play into the proceedings, and the more he keeps, objectively, as he thinks, to the purely external factual evidence. Hegel based his attempt to write the history of art on a different approach. And he said something, among other things, that we are of course able to express more spiritually today. If we conceive behind the outer development of art the flowing, evolving world of the ideal, then and then only will the idea that has, so to speak, been hiding itself try to issue forth in the material element, to reveal itself mysteriously in the material medium. In other words, the idea will not at first have wholly mastered matter, but expresses itself symbolically in it, a sphinx to be deciphered as Hegel sees it. Then, in its further development, the idea gains a further mastery over matter, and harmony then exists between the mastering idea and its external material expression, that is, its classic form. When, finally, the idea has worked its way through the material and mastered it completely, The time will come when the overflowing fullness of the world of ideas will run over out of matter. So to speak, the ideal will be paramount. At the merely symbolic level, the idea cannot as yet wholly take over the material. At the classic stage, it has reached the point of union with matter. When it has achieved romantic expression, it is as though the idea overflowed in its fullness. And now Hegel says that we should look in the surrounding world to see where these concepts are exemplified. The symbolic sphinx-like form of art in Egypt, the classic form in Greece, the romantic form in modern times. Hegel thus bases his approach on the unity of the human spirit with the spirit of the world. The world spirit must allow us thoughts about the course of art's evolution. Then we must rediscover in the outer world what the world spirit first gave up to us in thought form. This, says Hegel, is the way external history too is constructed. He looks first for the progressive evolution of ideas, and then confirms it at hand of external events. That is what the Philistines, the superficial people, have never been able to grasp, and it is their reason for reproaching Hegel so bitterly. A person who is superficial, despite his belonging to a spiritual scientific movement, wants above all to know about his own incarnation. And there were, of course, people in Hegel's time too who were superficial in their own way. You can see from one of Hegel's remarks that there was one such. As you've seen, Hegel followed the principle of first lifting himself into the world of ideas, and then rediscovering in the world around him what he had come to know in the ideal world. Now the superficial critics had, of course, risen up in arms against this, and Hegel had to make the following comment, quote, "In his many-sided naivete, Herr Krug has challenged natural philosophy to perform the sleight of hand of deducing his pen only." Close quote. Deducing was the term used to denote a rediscovering in the outer world of everything that had first been discovered in the inner world. The person referred to in this remark was Wilhelm Traugott Krug, who was teaching at Leipzig at that time. Oddly enough, Krug was the predecessor of Moltner in having written a philosophical dictionary, though he did not succeed in becoming a leading authority in his day. But he said, quote, "If individuals, like Hegel, search for reality in ideas, and then want to show from the idea's necessity how external reality coincides with it, then someone like Hegel had better come and demonstrate that he first encountered my pen as an idea." Close quote. Krug remarks that Hegel, with his idea, is not convincing in his assertions about the development of art from Egyptian to Greek to modern times. But if Hegel could deduce Krug's pen from his idea of it, that would impress him. Hegel comments in the passage mentioned above, quote, "It would have been possible to give him the hope of seeing this deed accomplished and his pen glorified if science had progressed so far and so cleared up everything of importance in heaven and on earth in the past and present as to leave nothing of greater importance in doubt," close quote, than Herr Krug's pen. But in today's world, the mentality characteristic of superficial people is really dominant, and Fritz Moltner would have to say honestly that there is no possibility of distinguishing between the necessity of Greek art coming into being at a certain time and the necessity involving Herr Krug's pen or his own extra cigar. Now, I've already called your attention to the prime importance of finding the proper angle from which to illuminate these lofty concepts of human life. We need to find the right angles from which to study necessity, chance, and providence. I suggested that you picture Faust in such relation to the world that he would have to despair of the possibility of discovering any element of necessity. But now, let's imagine just the opposite, and picture Faust conceiving of himself in relation to a world where nothing but necessity exists. A world where he would have to regard every least thing he did as conditioned by necessity. Then he would indeed have to say that if there were no chance happenings, if everything had to be ruled by necessity, quote, no dog would endure such a cursed existence, close quote. And this not because of what he had been learning, but because of the way the world had been arranged. And what would a person amount to if there were truth in Spinoza's dictum that everything we do and experience is every bit as necessitated as the path of a billiard ball, which, struck by another, has no choice but to move in a way determined by the particular laws involved? If that were true, nobody could endure such a world order, and it would be even less bearable for natures aware of, quote, productive powers and germs, close quote. Necessity and chance exist in the universe in such a way that they correspond to a certain human yearning. We feel that we couldn't get along without both of them. But they have to be properly understood, to be judged from the right angle. To do that, in the case of the concept of chance, naturally requires abandoning any prejudices or preconceptions we may have on the subject. We will have to examine the concept very closely, so that we can replace the cliché that this or that chanced to happen, as we are often forced to say, with something more suitable. We will have to search out the fitting angle, and we will find it only if we go a bit further in the study we began yesterday. You are familiar with the alternating states of sleeping and waking. But we recognize that waking consciousness too has its nuances, and that it is possible to distinguish between varying degrees of awakeness. But we can go further in a study of that state. It is basically true that from the moment we awaken until we fall asleep again, our waking consciousness takes in nothing but objects in the world around us, senses their action, and produces our own images, concepts, and ideas. Sleeping consciousness, which has remained at the level of plant consciousness, then lets us behold ourselves as described yesterday. And since our consciousness in this state is plant-like, this is a pleasurable absorption in ourselves. Now, if we penetrate fully into the nature of human soul life, we come upon something that fits neither day nor night consciousness. I am referring to distinct memories of past experiences. Consider the fact that sleeping consciousness doesn't involve remembering anything. If you were to sleep continuously, you wouldn't need to remember previous experiences. There would be no such necessity in any case. We do remember to some extent when we are dreaming, but in the plant consciousness of sleep, we remember nothing of the past. It is certainly clear that memory plays no special part in sleep. In the case of ordinary day-waking consciousness, we must say that we experience what is around us. But experiencing what we have gone through in the past represents a heightening of waking consciousness. In addition to experience of our present surroundings, we experience the past, but now in its reflection in ourselves. So if I draw a horizontal line, see the drawing, to represent the level of human consciousness, we may say that we look into ourselves in sleep. This is on page 46 of the book. I will write looking into ourselves here. We can call it a subconscious looking. Day-waking consciousness can be set down as looking out consciously into the world. Then a third kind of inner experiencing that doesn't coincide with looking into the world is the conscious looking into ourselves in memory. So we have conscious looking into ourselves equals memory, conscious looking into the world around us equals day-waking consciousness, subconsciousness looking into ourselves equals sleep. The fact is, then, that we have not just two sharply different states of consciousness, but three of them. Remembering is actually a deepened and more concentrated form of waking consciousness. The important thing about remembering is more than just being aware of something. We recapitulate awareness of it. Remembering makes sense only if we are aware of something all over again. Think a moment. If I encounter one of you whom I have seen before, but merely see him without recognizing him, memory isn't really involved. Memory, then, is recognition. And spiritual science teaches us, too, that whereas our ordinary day-waking consciousness, our consciousness of the world outside us, has reached the very peak of perfection, our remembering is actually only just beginning its evolution. It must go on and on developing. Metaphorically speaking, memory is still a very sleepy attribute of human consciousness. When it has undergone further evolution, another element of experience will be added to our present capacity, namely the inner experiencing of past incarnations. That experiencing rests upon a heightening of our ability to remember. For no matter what else is involved, we are dealing here with recognition, and it must first travel the path of interiorization. Memory is a soul force, just beginning its development. Now let us ask, quote, what is the nature of this soul force, this capacity to remember? What really happens in the remembering process, close quote? Another question must be answered first, and that is, quote, how do we arrive at this point in time at correct concepts, close quote? You get an idea of what a correct concept is if you are not satisfied with a meager picturing of it. In most cases, people have their own opinion of things rather than genuine concepts. Most individuals think they know what a circle is. If someone asks, well, what is it? They answer something like this and draw a circle. That may be a representation of a circle, but that is not what matters. A person who only knows that this drawing approximates a circle and remains satisfied with that has no concept of what a circle is. Only someone who knows enough to say that a circle is a curved line, every point of which is equidistant from the center, has a correct concept of a circle. An endless number of points is of course involved, but the circle is inwardly present in conceptual form. That is what Hegel was pointing out, that we must get down to the concept underlying external facts, and then recognize what we are dealing with in outer reality on the basis of our familiarity with the concept. Let us explore what the difference is between the half-asleep status of the mere mental images with which most people are satisfied and the active possession of a concept. A concept is always in a process of inner growth, of inner activity. To have nothing more than the mental image of a table is not to have a concept of it. We have the concept table if we say that it is a supported surface upon which other objects can be supported. Concepts are a form of inner liveliness and activity that can be translated into outer reality. Nowadays one is tempted to resort to some lively movement to explain matters of this sort to one's contemporaries. One really has an impulse to jump about for the sake of demonstrating how a true concept differs from the sleepy holding on to a mental image. One is strongly prompted to go chasing after concepts as a means of bringing people slightly into motion and enlivening the dreadfully lazy modern holding of mental images that now prevails. One wants to devote one's energies to clarifying the distinction between entertaining ordinary mental images and working one's way into the real heart of a matter. And why is one thus prompted? Because we know from spiritual science that the moment something reaches the level of the concept, the etheric body has to carry out this movement. It is involved in this movement. So we really must not shy away from rousing the etheric body if we intend to construct concepts. What then is memory? What is remembering? If I have learned that a circle is a curved line, every point of which is equidistant from the center, and am now to recall this concept, I must again carry out this movement in my etheric body. From the aspect of the etheric body, something becomes a memory when carrying out the movement in question has become habitual there. Memory is habit in the etheric body. We remember a thing when our etheric body has become used to carrying out the corresponding movement. We remember nothing except what the etheric body has taken on in the form of habits. Our etheric bodies must take it upon themselves, under the stimulus of reapproaching an object, being repeatedly brought into motion by us, and thus given the opportunity of remembering, to repeat the motion that carried out in first approaching that object. Let me read that sentence again. Our etheric bodies must take it upon themselves, under the stimulus of reapproaching an object, being repeatedly brought into motion by us, and thus given the opportunity of remembering, to repeat the motion they carried out in first approaching that object. And the more often the experience is repeated, the firmer and more ingrained does the habit become, so that memory gradually strengthens. Now, if we are really thinking, instead of merely forming mental images, our etheric bodies take on all sorts of habits. But these etheric bodies are what the physical body is based on. You will notice that a person who wants to clarify a concept often tries to make illustrative gestures, even as he is talking about it. Of course, we all have our own individual gestures anyway. Differences between people are seen in their characteristic gestures, that is, if we conceive the term gesture broadly enough. A person with a feeling for gesture learns a good deal about others from observing their gestures and seeing, for example, how they set their feet down as they walk. And the way we think when remembering something is thus really a habit of the etheric body. This etheric body is a lifelong trainer of the physical body. Or perhaps I had better say that it tries to train the latter, but not entirely successfully. We can say then that the physical body, for example, the hand, is here. When we think, we constantly try to send into the etheric body what then becomes habit there. But the physical body presents a barrier. Our etheric bodies can't manage to get everything into the physical body, and they therefore save up the forces thus prevented from entering the physical body. They are saved up and carried through the entire period of life between death and rebirth. The way we think and the way we imprint our memories upon the etheric body then comes to the fore in our next incarnation as our instinctive play of gesture. And when we see a person exhibiting habitual gestures from childhood on, we can attribute them to the fact that in his previous incarnation, his thinking imprinted certain quite distinct mannerisms on his etheric body. If, in other words, I study a person's inborn gestures, they can become clues to the way he managed his thinking in past incarnations. But just think what this means. It means that thoughts so impress themselves upon us that they resurface as the next incarnation's gestures. We get an insight here into the way the thinking element evolves into external manifestation. What began as the inwardness of thought becomes the outwardness of gesture. Modern science, in its ignorance of what distinguishes necessity from chance, looks upon history as happenstance. In a list of words dating back to 1482, which Mautner refers to, we read the words, quote, Geschicht oder geschehen Ding, Historia res gesta, close quote. Quote, res gesta, close quote, is what history used to be called. All that is left of this today is the abstract remnant regesta. When notes are taken on something happening, when notes are taken on some happening, they are called the register. Why is this? The word is based on the same root as gesture. The genius of speech, responsible for the creation of these words, was still aware that we have to see something brought over from the past in historical events. If what we observe in individual gestures to be understood as the residue of past lives on earth, born with the individual into an incarnation. Surely it is not complete nonsense to assume something like gestures in what we encounter in the facts of history. A series of facts surfaces in the way we walk, and these are the gestures of our thinking in past incarnations. Where, then, must we look for the facts underlying history? That is the question now confronting us. In the case of individual lives, we have to look for the thoughts underlying gesture. If we regard historical events as gestures, where must we look for the thoughts behind them? We will take up the study of this matter tomorrow. The end of Lecture 3. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Chance, Providence and Necessity. This is Lecture 4, given on August 29th, 1915. If you look at words such as that of Fritz Mautner, to whom I have repeatedly referred, you will see what consequences necessarily result from taking the prevailing modern outlook seriously. Mautner arrives at all sorts of very strange conclusions. One example is the way he links the concept supply with that of a, quote, supply of words, unquote, for he is a philologist. He divides the word supply into two categories of illusory and useful concepts. The real purpose of his philosophical dictionary is to demonstrate that most philosophical concepts belong in the useless category. Those who give a thorough reading to his comments on a concept or word in his title Dictionary of Philosophy always end up with the admittedly subjective feeling of whirling around like a Chinaman trying to grab his own pigtail. You have the feeling, as you finish one of his articles, that you have been trying all the way through it to get hold of your pigtail, which a Chinaman wears hanging down behind him. But at the end, there it is, still behind you, no amount of twirling results in catching up with it. There are, I must say, some very, very upsetting things for healthy minds to endure as they read an article such as the one on, quote, Christianity, unquote. But that is true of almost all the articles Mautner has written. Now he takes great pains to eliminate all illusory concepts, admitting some of them into his dictionary for the sole purpose of denouncing them. I'll read a few very characteristic sentences from his introduction by way of illustration. Long quote. What is an illusory concept? This dictionary will denounce as illusory many concepts held in general esteem. I am not at a loss, you see, for examples. Nevertheless, it is not an easy matter to describe in general terms what distinguishes a useful from an illusory concept, a true one from a false one, a living concept from a dead one. These opposite characteristics already point to some sources of the difficulty. The mere appearance of usefulness cannot always be attributed to the same source, and it is not in every case a simple matter to determine a concept's falsity or deadness. It may be that the falsity was inherent, or else became attached to the concept as language underwent changes over a period of time and did not need to wait for a scientifically and critically advanced generation to discover it. A concept could also have been dead to begin with, or death can have overtaken it unnoticed in popular usage after a shorter or longer life. The boundaries cannot be sharply drawn, because all these concepts are relative. The concepts absolute and phlogiston were false from the start. Exact scrutiny could all along have discovered that they contradicted the facts of experience. Close quote. Now, wouldn't you agree that this is quite nice? Humanity took many millennia, not just centuries, to replace phlogiston with another concept, and Lavoisier's replacement of phlogiston with evidence of the true nature of combustion was considered a most significant deed. But Maltner finds it possible to comment that, quote, the concept was false from the start because exact scrutiny could have discovered all along that it contradicted the facts of experience, close quote. It really sounds as though if Fritz Maltner had been born early enough, he would have seen to it that people didn't have to suffer for so long a time from the false concept phlogiston. He goes on to say, quote, the concept witch only became a false one when the concept devil fell by the wayside, and the godless female could therefore no longer enter into fleshly commerce with the illusory concept devil. The concept devil, too, lived a sufficiently lengthy span, and died out only when human learning became convinced that neither the devil nor any of his works were observable in the sphere of reality, close quote. We could be tempted to repeat that, quote, not if he had them by the neck, I vow, would ere these people scent the devil, unquote. I think that's possibly Goethe, but it doesn't say. One can't help thinking of this on hearing such a statement. A lot depends today on the decisions people make about searching out viewpoints, able to shed light and guide them. Yesterday, we discussed how a deepening of our soul nature must be accompanied by a profounder grasp of concepts such as necessity. It was pointed out how decisive an influence on destiny a sense of the necessity in everything in existence and the submersion of the individual in that necessity could have for a person like Faust. But Maltner says, quote, necessity? What is it? Just a way of looking at things, close quote. He finds no reason to think of the element of necessity as existing objectively in things. In his opinion, the stream of cosmic events bypasses human beings. People say that, quote, the sun rose today, it rose yesterday, and it rose the day before yesterday. So we assume that it will rise tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow, and so on, close quote. They form the concept of necessity from these external thoughts about the regular succession of events, saying that the sun necessarily rises. But this necessity of theirs is subjective, just a human concept. And Maltner makes the nice rejoinder to the philosopher Husserl, an exponent of the view that necessity is inherent in the nature of things, quote, if I only knew how necessity, a human way of regarding reality, could be made objective reality, close quote. Quote, if I only knew, close quote, is Maltner's reaction. Maltner, you see, lacks any possibility of understanding how something subjective could turn into objective reality. He's a queer kind of eurythmist, this Maltner. He can never dance his way from the subjective into the objective, because he has totally lost the capacity to involve himself in the inner choreography that leads from the subjective into the objective. And the reason for that is that we are not in a position to look for essential being at the characteristic place, where the subjective element actually passes over into the objective realm. Let us seek out such a place and examine it from a spiritual standpoint. When the human soul raises a question, it seeks an answer to it, and proceeds subjectively to set in motion all those processes, those inner or external actions that might serve to supply it. You know, of course, that the putting of questions and finding of answers is indeed a subjective process, so subjective that one person engages in it with finesse and another clumsily. All possible nuances exist. It is really an inner activity. But now let us assume the following. Let us picture a person on fire with a desire to know, filled to the brim with a longing for insight, who, therefore, raises a question in his soul. But he finds no answer to it. The situation, thus far, is subjective. But now let us imagine time passing and the person continuing to live. What has happened, subjectively, is that this person has experienced the question, and the lack of an answer to it, and he goes on living. He can remember the question later on, and the fact that he has not found an answer. But it could turn out entirely differently. His question could have been totally forgotten. But that doesn't mean that the question and the lack of an answer are completely unreal within him. It just means that he hasn't found the answer. Someone able to see into the transition may find that what began as a purely subjective element later makes its appearance in the person concerned in the uncertain way he behaves in life. A sensitive observer will be able to say that such a person has a curiously uncertain way of gesturing and glancing. These are very delicate matters when it comes to individual cases, but such situations do exist. And it can be discovered that many an uncertain look and gesture, or the like that shows up in later years, can be traced back to an unanswered question or complex of questions. The presence of this uncertainty in look and gesture is an entirely objective fact. An objective situation has actually been created and emerged from a subjective one. We can rediscover years later in the objective processes in us what we experienced at first subjectively. If you follow up such leads, you will find that they open up a reliable route to answering questions that Mautner, in his incapacity, cannot answer. That is why he says, quote, "If I only knew how necessity, a human way of regarding reality, could be made objective reality," close quote. The subjective can indeed become objective. This becomes clear to us, particularly when we take fully into account what I pointed out yesterday, that memory is a distinct state of consciousness in addition to sleeping and waking. Remembering is still in its infancy, however. It will play a much larger role when humanity is advanced to the next planetary stage, and it will find expression in the recognition of earlier experiences. This recognition will bring these experiences before us in a form quite different from their previous appearance. Subjective experiences we may have had recur much later in a mild form in our individual lives. They will appear in the next incarnation in a much more significant form. What was once a subjective experience then resurfaces in our external aspect as a characteristic objective element. And if we ask what has become of much that we have forgotten, we would discover it if we were to concern ourselves really seriously with what spiritual science gives us. We would find it in our lives. What has sunk into our soul's depths and no longer remains in the subjective sphere lives and moves down below in our subconsciousness. The subjective invariably becomes objective. You see that if we are really intent upon understanding life, we have to deal seriously and conscientiously with matters like these. We have to try very conscientiously indeed to develop our thinking, noting errors of thought where they occur, for they are intimately bound up with errors in the way our lives are lived. How often one comes upon people who are constantly saying that they are certainly not vain, but the very fact that they emphasize it at every opportunity is due to vanity. They are so frightfully vain that they have to keep saying how free from vanity they are. They simply haven't dwelt sufficiently and realistically enough on the cancelling out that occurs when a Cretan says that all Cretans are liars. If that were true and a Cretan states it, he would be doing so as a liar, so his statement that all Cretans are liars can't be true. But all such matters have to be translated into living reality. We need to see to it that we make a habit of a certain discrimination in thinking. In this connection, I want to call your attention to an error in thinking that crops up in Mautner's case too, in one of his many characteristic observations. He has an article on necessity in his philosophical dictionary. He is at pains to show that necessity is merely a human idea, and that there is no such element inherent in things. There is a very special reason why this article exemplifies the strange experiment of whirling around and trying unsuccessfully to catch hold of his own pigtail. For the only thing he achieves clarity on is that it is not necessary for necessity to inhere in things, that no such necessity exists. But necessity could indeed inhere in things without there being any necessity for its doing so. The fact that Mautner sees that it isn't necessary for necessity to inhere in things doesn't prove that it doesn't so inhere. It could just be the case that no necessity exists for it to do so. That is what we must always bear in mind. The question that concerns us, however, is where to look for necessity. We will make a closer study of this tomorrow. For today I just want to try to guide our thoughts in the right direction by citing examples. Let's consider the following. The subjective content of our thoughts sinks down to become a content of our memory, but is lost sight of down below there and becomes objective. And now we look out into the surrounding world and seek the objective there. We certainly find objective elements in ourselves, in our individual lives, in the form of gestures, facial expressions, and the like. Remember that I spoke yesterday, at the close of the lecture, about how what begins as a subjective element is encountered later as objective fact. So we will need to ask whether what is thus externally encountered can perhaps be traced back to something that was once subjective. And we would accordingly find in the external world that everything to which we must ascribe necessity was rendered necessary by the fact that it has left the subjective realm and become objective. Imagine yourselves transposed from earthly existence back to the ancient sun existence. We were involved there with those beings who reigned during the sun period. And we can picture these beings who went through inner subjective soul experiences and were active during the period of that sun existence as similar to us in our present day thinking, feeling, and willing. What they went through on the sun at that time is now to be found externalized in the world around us. Now it confronts us from outside as world gesture, world expressiveness, world physiognomy. It has become objective. Crudely put, a being of the sun period may have sent out rays of will just as subjectively as we allow what we have thought or felt to sink down into our memory and become objective there. Exactly so did this will element, this raying out of the ancient sun beings, sink down and become memory. And we now find it confronting us. Just as we perceive in a person's glance as externalized objective fact some earlier experience that he has had, we now perceive in the sun's radiating light a decision of will on the part of beings subjectively active on the ancient sun. We behold it. Indeed, if we should encounter an elderly person with a sour-tempered look around the mouth, we can certainly call it a fact objectively perceptible in the outer world. And if we follow it up, we may well be able to trace it back to bitter experiences of a subjective nature suffered in childhood. What was subjective has become objective. Where mountains tower up today, it is possible to trace back this feature of the earth, for example, in the great chain of the Alps. If we go back far enough, perhaps as far back as ancient Saturn, we come across subjective soul and spiritual events experienced during that period that are retained in present-day physical aspects of the earth. But things could have taken a somewhat different course at that period if the gods, who had those experiences of soul and spirit, had come to different decisions. In that case, of course, the Alps would not have come to be as they are today. But just picture the gods on Saturn deciding on some particular inner action and then going through the sun and moon periods. Then, as the moon developed into the earth, it was no longer possible for them to change their decisions. That is like the difference we experience in trying to learn in later life something we failed to learn before we reached our 18th year. We can catch up, but the fact of having to do so creates a situation that would not have existed had we undergone the learning at an earlier age. You will see from this that although the gods were free to make this or that decision during the Saturn period, once having made it, they were no longer free during the moon evolution to effect a change in the east-west orientation of the Alps. They bound themselves by the terms of their earlier thinking, and the result could no longer be changed. What has been done cannot be undone if we want to stick by the truth. People can try subjectively to wipe out what they experienced subjectively, but what has developed as objective fact cannot be wiped out. If, for example, I have been guilty of neglect in younger years, in failing to educate someone whose education was my responsibility, that corresponded to my subjective state at the time. 20 years later, I can deny that I was neglectful, but that changes nothing in the objective situation that grew out of the subjective one. The individual who went uneducated became what he is as a result of what I neglected to do. The objective outcome of our subjectivity takes on a necessity that cannot be denied, and necessity enters the picture to the degree that the subjective is transformed into the objective. If the concepts involved here are followed up with strict logic from this point of view, we come upon an intimate relationship between the past and everything that can be termed necessity. And the past resurfaces in everything we encounter in the present. It is present there. There is as much necessity in the present as there is past in it. Life congeals into the past, but the past becomes necessity in the process. I'd like to put all this before you more pictorially. It is superstition to assume that what is recognized to be an interrelationship based on law in a series of events can be changed by a miracle. Why is this the case? The past that underlies these events determines what must happen in accordance with the laws of necessity. The gods would not be telling the truth if they were to interfere with the lawfulness governing such a relationship. They would be denying what they had previously established. And we can no more change the past inhering in situations as necessity than we can change what happened in the past by some statement about it. What we cannot change in a situation is the part the past played in it. The concept of necessity must coalesce with the concept of the past. That is tremendously important. The past inheres in every object and in every creature, constituting the necessity in them. Necessity is present in them to an extent corresponding to their past. The necessity that inheres in things does so because it is the recurring past, and what has taken place cannot be dismissed. We can easily picture anything that has become necessity now, for it goes back to a previous event. It happened in the past and now confronts us in reflected form. You can no more change that reflection than you can remove in the mirror a wart on your forehead that you see reflected there. You would have to remove it beforehand. It is equally impossible to make any change in what appears as present necessity, since what appears as necessity now really occurred some time ago. It is past, and now merely shows up in its subsequent reflection. Everything of the nature of necessity in us is of the past, and is merely bringing about its reflection in us. Only if people bestir themselves to grasp that the events that took place in the ancient Moon, Sun, and Saturn periods are now reflected in us, and are merely reflections of those ancient events, will they come to understand necessity. And now, think back to our discovery that our conceptual world is of moon origin. On an earlier occasion, I described how we are really looking back on a moon panorama when we observe our present-day environment. Here you have the link. It is simply not true that certain things that seem to be going on in us really happen in the present. They are just reflections in a mirror. The reality is that they took place in earlier stages of the Earth's development. I have said in earlier lectures that our heads are actually hollow. And why are they hollow? Because what constitutes their content is of earlier origin, and now there is only a reflection there of earlier events in our heads. But if we are incapable of grasping this concept of mirror images, we will always be prone, as we confront the Maya, the illusion of reality around us, to make the mistake that children, and, if you'll excuse me, modern science too, make when they see objects in a mirror and run around behind it to find them. But the objects have vanished when they get there. What was necessity has gone, and the fact that the past is reflected is the reason why there is necessity in the present. The past cannot be changed. I agree that much effort is involved in grasping these concepts, so we'll stop here for today and see if we can manage to think them through by tomorrow. We will then go on to study chance and providence and their connection with necessity. The end of Lecture 4. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Chance, Providence, and Necessity. This is Lecture 5, given on August 30th, 1915. We have seen that necessity must be thought of in connection with the past, that the world contains as much necessity as it does past. For, as we try to recognize, the past is reflected in the present, and there was another element involved. We hope to be so strengthened by our striving for clarity about such concepts as we have been considering, that we will be fit to take up the study of the truths of spiritual science. It is disastrous, in many respects, to have a great longing for what we might term deep spiritual scientific truths if we shy away from strengthening our minds and thinking by taking in and thoroughly mastering concepts of a demanding nature. They are what disciplines our souls and spirits. And if we take pains to remain inwardly true in the process, no danger can ever threaten us from genuine spiritual scientific concepts. I have already mentioned, however, how often many people's longing for spiritual scientific truths is found to outweigh their longing to work their way through to substantial concepts. Right at the beginning of our efforts in spiritual science, there were some individuals who declared that they could not attend my lectures because they sank into a kind of sleep state as a result of the concepts being discussed. A few, especially mediumistic natures, even carried things to the point of having to leave the lecture hall in Berlin. And one woman was actually found collapsed in sleep outside the hall. So powerful had been the lulling effect of the search for clear concepts. The reproach was once made to Goethe that he created pallid concepts with his ideas about the metamorphosis of plants and animals and the primal phenomena of color. In his, quote, Prophecies of Bacchus, B-A-K-I-S, close quote, which I have already had occasion to discuss, he inserted a passage referring to this avoidance of what people were calling pallid concepts. As a matter of fact, this quatrain was also greatly misunderstood by those who tried to interpret these prophecies of Bacchus. Goethe said, quote, "Pallid dost thou appear to me," close quote, the concept, the idea, quote, "and to the eye dead. How is it that you call forth holy life from founts of inner strength?" Close quote. Goethe expressed with such accuracy the way people react who don't like to listen to clearly defined concepts, and therefore fall asleep, and who are always wanting to hear grand-sounding words about mysterious matters of the kind that give them something to dream about, but never challenge them to think. They say, "Pallid dost thus appear to me, and to the eye dead." They say it to those who want to speak occasionally on more sharply defined concepts. And they ask them, "How is it that you call forth holy life from founts of inner strength?" Goethe answers them, quote, "Passive would be your enjoyment if I could show you perfection. Only the lack of it lifts you to levels beyond your own self." Close quote. In other words, the absence of those perfections that delight the eye, e.y.e., or the senses in general, proves elevating. Deadness overtakes those who do not attempt to take in and energetically work through what people often refer to as pallid concepts. It is therefore necessary, if we are to banish all traces of Baroque mysticism from the spiritual science we are pursuing, to devote ourselves occasionally to a concern with concepts of the utmost precision. Thus far, I have been talking about necessity. The question is now whether all the concepts that we tend in ordinary life to lump together with the concept of necessity really all deserve to be so linked. People say that what is necessary happens, but is this actually always the case? I would like to answer with a comparison that will clarify the matter. Let us suppose that we have a river with a gradually rising mountain chain beyond it, and we notice a stream or brook starting to run down from the heights. Let's imagine that something prevents our seeing beyond this point. We study the course of the stream or brook as it conforms to the contours of the mountain range, and can state that according to what we are able to see from our vantage point, it is a matter of necessity that this brook flows into this river. The mountain's formation conditions this, so that our sentence, "this brook flows into this river," would unquestionably state a necessary fact. But now let us imagine that somebody decided to regulate the course of this brook, diverting it so that it flows in another direction. That person would have obviated the necessity, which would then not have developed. My comparison is crude, but it is a fact in life and in evolution that necessities don't always have to happen. We have to keep happenings and necessities apart. Two different concepts are involved here. Now let us return to several previous concerns. First, let us review the insight we arrived at yesterday, that the past affects the present, appearing in reflection in it. But let us recall still another occasion on which mention of mirror images was also in order. We have often made a point of describing what takes place in human perception during ordinary waking consciousness. Human beings are really always outside their bodies, and their bodily functions with that part of them that is engaged in the cognitive process. They live inside the things under study, as I've often said. And the fact that a person comes to know something is due to the reflection in his body of this experience he has inside things. So we can say that we are outside our bodies with one part of our perception, and our experience within things is reflected in our bodies. If we now imagine ourselves looking at the color blue, we experience the blue of a flower, of chicory, for example, but we do so unconsciously, except for the fact of its reflection in our eyes. Our eyes are a part of our reflecting apparatus. We see the experience that we have in the chicory by allowing it to be reflected in our eyes. And we experience tone similarly. The life we live in tone is experienced unconsciously and only becomes conscious through being reflected by our hearing organism. Our entire perceptive organism is a reflecting apparatus. This is what I tried to establish as philosophical fact at the last Congress of Philosophers at Bologna. Cognition is thus engendered by reflection from our organism, by a reflecting of what we experience. And as you mull over this concept of reflection, both the reflecting of the past in the present and the reflecting of our present experience through our perceptive organism, you will have to admit that what is thus added to a thing or to an event in the form of reflections is a matter of total indifference to them, something that in neither case has anything directly to do with them. As you observe a mirror image, you can quite well imagine that everything in it is as it is, whether or not it is under observation. Reflections are therefore elements added to what is reproduced in them. That is especially the case with cognition. Whether we develop this or that particular insight is not of the least consequence to the mirror image. Now imagine yourselves walking through a landscape. Do you believe that the landscape would be any the less beautiful, or in any way less whatever it is, if you were not passing through it and experiencing it as a series of reflections engendered by your organism? No, those are elements added to the landscape and matters of total indifference to it. But is it a matter of indifference to you? No, it is not. For by walking today through a landscape that is reflected in your inner being and experiencing what is thus reflected, you will have become to some extent a different person in your soul tomorrow. What you experienced, a matter of total indifference to the landscape, signifies for you the beginning of an inner richness that can keep on growing there. But what does all this really mean? It means, with reference again to the landscape metaphor, that we can say, quote, "This situation was thus and such up to this point," close quote. The fact that you walked through the landscape is a further addition to it. The landscape is reflected in you, becoming a further experience in your soul. Now, how did what is continuing to grow there come into being? It did so as the result of something quite new being added to what had previously occurred. Something was really engendered in your soul out of nothingness. For, contrasted with what had previously occurred, the reflection is, of course, a nothingness, a real, absolute nothingness. In other words, you relate to something to which there was no necessity to relate. You are an addition to it. You are added to a necessary happening as a living element that relates to it in a way not conditioned by previous events, since you could have stayed away. In that case, all that you gained from the reflection would not have become a part of the situation. As you ponder examples of this kind, you become acquainted with the concept of chance. The real concept of it is to be found there. And you also gather from such examples that beings, things endowed with being, have to come up against each other, really to collide, for chance to occur. But we see from this that such a thing as chance can occur in the universe. If that were impossible, the enrichment of soul described above could not take place. In this sense, chance is a thoroughly legitimate concept. It is a real occurrence in cosmic events. And it shows us that new aspects of relationship can be garnered in cosmic evolution as products of reflection. If it were impossible for one participant to be linked with others without bringing about reflection in the cosmic process, then the occurrence of everything comprised in the term chance would be wholly out of the question. If the meadow through which you pass were to act as the agent of your passage, pulling you there with strings, and no reflection were to come about in you as described because of the meadow's total indifference, but the meadow were instead actively to imprint its impression on you, then the outcome could be called law-abiding necessity. But though it is hard to imagine it, there could then be no such thing as a present. There would be no present. And what would come of that? Why, beings who have no desire for such a linking up cannot progress any further if they follow such a course. They have to go back again. That is indeed the law governing devils and ghosts. They have to go out again by the door through which they entered. Goethe's Faust depicts this. They can't introduce any new evolutionary waves, and must return to the place they came from. And it is due to the possibility that new evolutionary waves can be set in motion in the developmental process of the cosmos that freedom exists. In all our cognitive experiences, except for a certain category of them, no pure reflection takes place. The reflection is imperfect, insofar as all kinds of impulses are combined with it. Concepts formed on the basis of past cognitive experience are imperfect. Once we have arrived at a pure concept, we no longer need merely to recall it. We can always create it anew. Though it becomes habitual, it is a habit that is finished with the past, and new reflections are constantly being summoned up with it. The concepts we form are pure reflections, which come to us from the beyond as additions to the things perceived. Therefore, when we form an impulse into concepts, it can be an impulse to freedom. That is what I attempted to develop at greater length in my title, Philosophy of Spiritual Activity. That is exactly the thought developed there. Aside by the reader, Philosophy of Spiritual Activity is on this website, but it's titled under the new edition, Intuitive Thinking as a Spiritual Path. End of aside. But the concept of chance necessarily includes the concept of freedom. We must accustom ourselves to entertaining sharply defined concepts, for these are of immense significance for life. I want to cite an instance that has often been discussed here, but it is especially illuminating in the present context. Let us assume that we are studying illness. We must invariably look at illness from the standpoint of the present, never from the standpoint of the past, that is, of necessity. This means enlivening the standpoint of the present by giving help to the full extent possible. Only if the illness terminates in death may we bring in the concept of necessity, realizing that necessity was involved. Anything other than this is the living present. We must be rigorous in adopting the standpoint that necessity inheres in the past. Life rules the present. This example shows us that if we try to illumine concepts with the help of more fruitful viewpoints, we will acquire a certain knack for dealing with them. A good deal could certainly be said on the subject of chance, and that will be done as time goes on. But for now, I wanted to define the concept of chance and to clarify the extent to which it is valid. The easiest way to regard events after learning a little bit about karma is to say that everything is caused by karmic necessity. If someone has an incarnation at this point in time, then his life after death, and then his next incarnation, he calls something experienced in this second incarnation the consequence of the former life. But it is not absolutely necessary to look at things from the standpoint of the present. The consequence could be looked for further on, in the third incarnation. Something can occur then that we might be expecting to happen in the karma of the present incarnation. But an occurrence in the present incarnation may well be just the start of a karmic sequence, a reality generated by something presently living as a result of the reflection process. And the essential point here is that something is turned into a reality by a living element as a result of a reflection that is itself unreal. That is the way chance develops into necessity. When chance becomes a thing of the past, it is transformed into necessity. On an occasion of great suffering, Goethe made a most beautiful statement called by him, quote, "the word of a wise man," close quote. He was speaking about the growth process of humanity and said, quote, "the rational world is to be looked upon as a single immortal individual engaged in a continuous bringing forth of what is necessary," close quote. That is, bringing forth something, and when it has been brought forth, it is interwoven into the past and becomes necessity. Quote, "thus making itself the master of the element of chance," close quote. A glorious saying to meditate upon. We can learn something from it too. Goethe wrote this sentence while experiencing great suffering that focused his entire feeling, his whole soul life, on the growth process of the human race, and caused him to ask what the actual course of this growth was. And there was wrung from his soul the realization that the rational world, the human race, brings forth what is necessary, and thus makes itself master over chance. In other words, incorporates chance forever into necessity. I want to digress here for a moment. An insight such as I have just cited makes valuable material for meditation. It contains so much that flows into us as we meditate upon it. We shouldn't rest content with a mere abstract grasping of such a sentence, which emerged from Goethe's soul in his extreme old age in 1828, when he was in the throes of great suffering. A great deal of life is packed into such a saying. And the digression I would like to make is this: our insights are always to be looked upon as grace bestowed upon us. And it is just those individuals who garner knowledge from the spiritual world, who are aware what a matter of grace such knowledge is when they have prepared themselves to receive it, when their being reaches out to receive what flows to them from the spiritual world. One can experience over and over again how suitably prepared one must be for the reception of spiritual knowledge, how one must be able to wait for it, for one is not at just any and every moment in a condition to receive a particular insight from the spiritual world. This fact must be stated in just such situations as ours, for it is only too easy for misconception to be piled upon misconception concerning the conditions under which supersensible insights flourish and can be fruitfully disseminated. Numbers of individuals come to me asking questions out of the blue about this or that, and often requesting information about matters that, at the time of questioning, are remote from my concern. They demand that I give them the most exact information. People are commonly convinced that a person who speaks out of a connection with the spiritual world knows about everything it contains, and is always in a position to give out any information desired. And if he can't answer a question immediately, the comment is often made that the questioner is probably not supposed to be given the information, or something of the sort. What we are dealing with here is too crude a conception of the relationship that exists between the spiritual world and the human soul. We should realize that, quote, readiness for truth, close quote, is especially required for a direct reception of truths from the spiritual world. Misconceptions about these things must gradually be eliminated. Of course, people at some remove from the realm of truth in the life of the Spirit feel a need to ask all sorts of questions, and answers can be given them from the investigator's store of memory based on past research. But uninvestigated truths should not be requested out of the blue from spiritual researchers. Instead, it should be realized that the investigator feels requests for information about still unresearched matters to be like knife cuts in his body, to use a physical analogy. Definite laws govern everything that can lift human beings into the spiritual world. We need to familiarize ourselves with these laws to lessen misunderstandings about the flowing of spiritual truths into the physical world. Only by freeing ourselves from every trace of egoism, and this includes the desire for information on just any subject, will we create healthy conditions for the sort of movement this should and must be. Certain spiritual truths simply must be incorporated into the world today. But they should not encounter the kind of aspirations brought in from the world we formerly lived in, or be pursued according to our erstwhile habits. The spiritual movement should not be undermined by them. In most cases, spiritual movements have been undermined by people's failure to adapt their habitual ways to spiritual truths, instead of bringing their accustomed habits to the reception of those truths. And so it could come about that a society was founded in the 18th century based upon what Jakob Böhme introduced into the spiritual life of Europe. It is now correctly reported that this society had a number of members, but only one, the founder of the society, survived. I certainly hope that more than one will do so in our case. But that was what happened in one attempt to establish a society. It is said, too, that a tremendous number of those who became members turned later on into really peculiar human beings. I don't want to go into all the further details reported about the adherents of that 18th century society at this point. When we familiarize ourselves with the spiritual world, as we do in the process of absorbing spiritual science, we develop an ever-growing sense of what it is to participate in it, and we prepare ourselves to make the right kind of understanding ascent into higher worlds by taking in the form of sharply defined concepts, the world we live in. Those who are unwilling to think as penetratingly about chance and necessity as we have been attempting to do here will not find it easy to rise to a conception of providence. For you see, we can learn a great deal about the spiritual beings who surround us. The mental niveau of our time is that of mindlessness. Niveau, I don't know that word, it is spelled Niveau. I've tried to give you an idea of it by citing some of Fritz Maltner's comments. I want to add one of the most curious remarks he has made, so that you will see what an honest man is capable of. A man who not only says of the prevailing science of the day that it is the only science in existence, and that we have overcome the ignorance of our stupid ancestors, but who honestly accepts the prevailing outlook, and then goes on to draw some remarkable conclusions about a certain matter. I once described Maltner as, quote, out-Kanting Kant, close quote. He did not just write a title Critique of Pure Reason, but a title Critique of Language. He really got going on words. He invented a definition for the way a word moves from one category to another. I am deliberately citing an incorrect example from his title Dictionary of Philosophy, but it is one that he himself held to be correct. The earlier periods of Latin civilization had a word for truth, veritas. Now, Maltner says that the word veritas was introduced into more recent German use, was simply taken over to become the German word Wahrheit. He terms words in this category borrowings, literally loan translations. And he traces words thus borrowed through civilization after civilization with tremendous acuity and conscientiousness, tracking down their wanderings and transformations. He does an incredible amount of rummaging around in words. Nowhere does he share Faust's longing to behold, quote, germs and productive powers, close quote. He simply rummages around in words with utmost zeal. He made attempts like the following. Let us imagine some people or other with its characteristic views. Mautner cares only about the words derived from these views, for to him thinking consists of words. Now, he says, there are the words, but they can be traced back to another people. The second group, where we now come upon the words, borrowed them from the first group and transformed them. And he actually perpetrates the following. I must cite the example, as it is really too nice for words to show you the way adherents of the present outlook must think to be faithful to it. It is vitally important not to pass lightly over things of this sort. Mautner traces various borrowings, looking for the various transformations that have come about in words, among them the following long quote. Café, or coffee, borrowed from another language, and still a foreign word in the sense that in German at least the way it is written and spoken is not homogeneous. Potato is an English loan from some Red Indian language. In the German Kartoffel, there is neither a borrowing or a bastardization based upon a shift in meaning, whereas in Erdapfel, earth apple, and Grum or Bodebeeren, ground pear, we are dealing with cases of transliteration or of description. The Romans adopted the Greek custom of crowning victors of a race, or on the occasion of a feast, with a wreath, and wreaths of flowers were also used elsewhere for these purposes. But it was only at the time of the Renaissance that the term crown was reintroduced in noun and verb form. There were poets' crowns and crowned poets, with the word crown signifying wreath as in Latin. The plant species used was native to Greece and was imported, in historical times at least, both as a plant and as a word. The German Lorbeer, laurel, the shrub, not the berry, baccalaureus, became in turn the symbol of an academic title, the baccalaureate, in French, bachelier. Its meaning twisted again to become the English bachelor, became the vegetable of fame of Spiegel's jesting, and crown poets from Petrarch to Tennyson were called poets laureate. The cheap laurel needed no replacement. The myrtle wreath, which, as a result of faulty observation, or of a still more mistaken popular etymology, was regarded somewhere in the Orient as the symbol of sexual life, and later became a chastity symbol, was more easily acquired in Germany as a weed than as a blossom. German brides, therefore, wear wreaths or crowns of the genuine leaves and false blossoms. Palms are replaced at Easter by pussy willows as the only seasonal green plant available. And because palms, which in the Orient are the obvious plants for decorative purposes, have lent their name as a prefix to such terms as Palm Sunday and Palm Week in characterizations of the festival season, the green willow branches substituted for them have been designated palm branches and palm catkins. Close quote. As you see, Mautner traces borrowed terms and words like these in their transmutations from one national region to another. And then he adds, quote, in the case of verbs too, there is no end to the carryover from Christianity to Western peoples of such actual borrowings. The migration of the real facts of the Christian ritual and of Christian thinking may be studied in this book. See his article on Christianity, close quote. If we open the book to that article, we come upon a remarkable sentence. Quote, I want to state and demonstrate one thing only in regard to the development of Christianity as the creation of the Germanic and Germanic Roman peoples, and to the way it still dominates Western civilization for the time being in Western usage, vocabulary, and concerns. That is, that Christianity as a whole represents the most prodigious borrowing, or chain of borrowings, that it is possible to find in a scrutiny of history. What then? Close quote. What then is Christianity according to Mautner? A collection of borrowings. There were words at the time Christianity began, and if we want to find Christianity in Europe today, we'll have to make a search for borrowed words. What Mautner is claiming is that Christianity is nothing but a collection of such borrowings. The whole civilization of Europe would have to have developed quite differently if certain words had just not happened to get borrowed. But the important thing to note here is that this finding is the logical consequence of current scientific assumptions. It is a consequence logically and honestly reached, and those who fail to draw it are simply less honest than Mautner. Those who have adopted today's scientific outlook can only agree that all of Christianity means nothing more to them than a collection of borrowed words. Somebody might object that Mautner is only pointing out the fact that coffee entered our language as a borrowed word, but not how coffee itself was introduced into Europe. It is true that Mautner didn't indicate that Christianity had to be introduced into Europe because it was a collection of borrowings. He made no assertion whatever on this score. This objection cannot be made without further ado. Instead, we have to say that those who think in the style of modern science are simply incapable of judging the matter. They are excluding themselves from any discussion of the issue. That is the point. Small wonder, then, that a man who, in addition to all that I've had to say about him, is also really quite a clever fellow, says, quote, "I don't go as far as James does," in his Psychology, page 297, when he holds it impossible to improve memory. It would not be possible to render the organs that serve memory capable of greater achievement by exercising them, as has been shown to be possible in the case of the muscles. It is certainly true that educational psychology, which believes that it can strengthen memory in the young by senseless exercises, is based upon the old associative psychology, which sees in memory the mental picture of a force, just as it does in the case of imagining other such mental pictures which this force learns to play with. If memory is nothing more than activity, in the same sense that the soul is nothing more than its experiences, then nothing remains to be strengthened. Iron will that does not permit itself to forget useful knowledge and exerts itself to remember when remembering is required, is a facet of character, and an individual's memory is in this sense unalterable, as character is. But quite aside from all such considerations, the pointless drilling that goes on in schools is every bit as senseless as the training of the wrong muscles for some special use of the limbs would be. A person who has learned nothing in his younger years except to walk on his hands can make no use of this capability later, unless he intends to become a circus performer." Close quote. In Mautner's opinion, school children receive training that teaches them a wrong use of their brains, analogous to a person learning only to walk on his hands, an equally useless ability. But although this is clear to Mautner, he has absolutely no suggestions as to what should take the place of this schooling. I have explained to you how, in this respect, too, furthering what we are developing in eurythmy is important. Quote again, "Walking on their hands with their heads down is the chief training being given our young people. Bible verses in the elementary grades, memorizing all the tributaries of some foreign river in the middle school, tables and professional data presented in reference books at the university level, form the memory training defended on the basis of an assumed strengthening of memory. On the occasion of any state examinations in the history of jurisprudence, I was required to list the 13 prerogatives of a cardinal in their God-ordained order, not forgetting the prerogative of a pallium woven by a particular group of nuns in a particular convent. Schools should limit themselves to training character, to training it for the function of finding the easiest and best means of access to useful concepts of the real world." Close quote. By now, we might expect this gentleman to be suggesting what the substitute for the above should be. People of any intelligence can only agree that the way mental training has been carried on ought not to continue, so they expect to hear what he suggests instead. But the article ends right there. There is nothing more. He has been chasing his pigtail in vain, to use yesterday's metaphor. Almost every article in his dictionary creates the impression that he is unsuccessfully chasing the pigtail hanging down behind him. If we work our way through the concepts necessity and chance, and learn to recognize that the human world is to be regarded as an immortal individual continuously bringing necessity about, and thus establishing dominion over chance, and then add to this the concept that must be acquired if we are to understand how the spiritual world streams into the human soul, we gradually work our way through to a concept of something elevated above necessity and chance, and that is providence. It is a concept attained by our gradual working up to it. I have often called your attention to the fact that merely looking at the world conveys nothing as to the effect of activities going on in it. It would be good to cultivate the right feeling for what I've just been saying by concerning ourselves in depth with the genius of language that lives behind words, instead of doing as Mautner does in his concern with speech. Mautner's data could even assist such an effort on occasion, for the tremendous zeal with which he has ferreted things out can sometimes bring a person contemplating the activity of the genius of language to significant insights that he might not otherwise become aware of. The genius of language does indeed guide us to a plane elevated above necessity and chance. A great deal we participate in goes on around us as we are speaking, without our having a true knowledge of it, because we are incapable of lifting it fully into our consciousness. This is the spiritual world, holding sway around us. And to take just a random example, when we speak, these spiritual worlds speak too. We should make the attempt to be aware of this. Let us try to make a small beginning with it. We have associated necessity with the past and chance with the immediate present. For if everything were necessity, it would also be of the past, and nothing new could ever come into being. That would mean that there could be no life. So if we involve ourselves and our own lives in the world's evolution, we would be confronted by necessity, or the reflected past, and in our current life by what is called chance. These two interact. We have two streams, our present life, which we think of as simply chance, and the reflected past, or necessity, flowing along underneath it. What is considered real from the ordinary physical standpoint can only be related to the past, to necessity, if reality is taken to mean conformity with what already exists. The real has to belong to the past, to the necessary, while what is in the living process of coming into being always has to be freshly produced. Our life is lived in this, and we have to develop living concepts that flow out of necessity to deal with that life. Here we cannot be onlookers at something corresponding to the concept. We can only live in it. When our own lives confront the stream of evolution, we can therefore preserve the past in the developing stream of life by now transforming the reflected picture into a present element. And we can make it into an ongoing present. We can make a human virtue of transforming into ongoing life the past that has become rigid necessity, carrying reflections further, keeping them alive and evolving in ourselves. And what name do we give the virtue that carries the past into further life stages? Loyalty. Loyalty is the virtue related to the past, just as love is the virtue related to the present, to immediate living. But speaking of these matters brings us to what I want to say about the genius of language that we need to become aware of. Wahrheit, the German word for truth, has no connection whatsoever with the Latin veritas. It suggests the past and necessity and ordinary truth, for it is related to the German bewahren, to preserve, to bewähren, to hold good, to währen, to last. with all that is carried over into the present from the past. And there is a still stronger suggestion of the same meaning in the English language, which translates both the German wahr, true, and the German treu, loyal, as true. And if we want to describe someone telling the truth and being believed, the old German saying auf Treu und Glauben, quote, on trust, close quote, quote, in good faith, close quote, is still in use, with treu rather than wahr. Here we see the genius of language at work, and its work is wiser than what human beings do. And when we ascend from the concept of loyalty to that of love, and then to what I have described in the past as grace, a state of being we have to wait for, we come to the concept of providence. We enter the world where providence holds sway. If Fritz Mautner were to concern himself with providence, he would of course search out the source from which it is borrowed and trace the connection to the German Vorsehung, providence, to sehen, to see, and vorhersehen, to foresee, and so on. But a person concerned with reality searches for the world indicated when the union of chance and necessity plays the dominant role rather than either one alone. And the world referred to is that in which there is no such thing as the past in our sense. I have often told you that when we look into the spiritual world and see the past, it is as though the past had remained standing. It is still there. Time becomes space. The past ceases to be simply the past. Then the concept of necessity also ceases to have any meaning. There is no longer a past, a present, and a future, but rather a state of duration. Lucifer remained behind during the moon evolution in exactly the same way that someone on a walk with another person may stay behind, either out of laziness or because his feet are sore while his companion keeps on walking. Lucifer has as little directly to do with our earth existence as a person who stands behind has to do with places eventually reached by his companion. He stayed behind during the moon evolution, and there he still remains. In the spiritual world we cannot speak of past things, but only of a state of duration. Lucifer has remained as he was on the moon. All our concepts of necessity and chance change when we look into the spiritual world. Providence holds sway there. I wanted at least to particularize the realms in which what we call necessity, chance, and providence are to be sought. This has been a beginning only, and we will return to these matters after spending some time on others. For we must devote ourselves occasionally to studies of a kind that more quote-unquote mystically oriented natures may consider unnecessary in a movement like ours. I must regard them as very necessary, however, because I believe that it is also essential for every genuine mystic to occupy himself with thinking. The end of Lecture 5. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Chance, Providence, and Necessity. Lecture 6, given September 4th, 1915. If you think back to the entrance of the blessed boys in the final scene of Goethe's Faust, you will recall the verse, quote, boys, brought forth in midnights haunted, half unsealed the sense and brain, for the parents lost when granted, for the angels' sweetest gain. Close quote. I've already called your attention to many a profundity in this final scene of Faust, but it contains a great deal more than I was able to point out on that occasion, more indeed than could possibly be brought to light in a limited period of time. The 4 lines just quoted are equally fitted to be the leitmotif of the deeper spiritual scientific expositions with which we will be concerning ourselves today, tomorrow, and next Monday. I want to point out today, by way of introduction, that it is possible to delve more deeply, in a truly spiritual scientific approach, into the statement made here recently when I characterized sleeping and waking and related matters. I spoke of how the whole nature of spiritual science was such as to require finding the correct approach to the facts we encounter in the world. And I showed that this approach is to be found only when we seek it, as was done in our study of the alternating states of sleeping and waking. We tried to understand how differently consciousness functions in waking and the sleeping states. But much else can be learned here by studying the way consciousness works according to whether it is that of human beings or of other beings. The 4 lines quoted from Faust refer to a human state of consciousness, possessed by the souls of the, quote, boys brought forth in midnights, close quote, end quote, for the parents lost when granted, close quote. In other words, by souls claimed by death immediately after birth. But the verse states expressly that these souls are, quote, for the angel's sweetest gain, close quote. We'll see that the saying that souls of this kind are gain for the angels is comprehensible only if we look into the state of consciousness of beings belonging to the hierarchy of angels. But let us first acquire some preliminary concepts of these matters, and so prepare ourselves for the deeper understanding of the spiritual world into which they are to lead us. I'll start from the fact, familiar to us from various spiritual scientific studies, of how remote from reality the learning, the truth, and our concepts of things in ordinary life all are. People are even glad not to have these add anything to reality as they see it, for in their view the reliability of knowledge and, quote, the unvarnished truth, close quote, depend on the fact that our cognitive processes and our soul experiences add nothing to things. Just consider what a point science makes of restricting itself to merely reflecting on what goes on in the world, and not allowing the soul the least influence on its pronunciamentos. Let us recall what trouble is taken by those who dream up a world view on the basis of all sorts of illusions to show that their fabrications are dictated by some reality or other outside themselves, rather than originate within them. This is true all the way up to what is claimed to be valuable occult knowledge, such as we hear some people touting. Those who desire to have occult insight here on the physical plane are basically concerned with not adding anything to the conceptions they develop. How proud people of this type are when they can report that such and such beings appeared to them, this or that was dictated to them, or something else was mysteriously communicated to their spiritual ears. This satisfies them, for then they can have the feeling that the conceptions they have created are reflections of reality, not something they produced. We might say that in their concern for attaining the reliable knowledge they are seeking, they actually make a 5th wheel on the wagon out of it. Knowledge should not add anything to what already exists, for only then do they regard it as something particularly reliable, particularly right. We can arrive at a true and reliable concept of the relationship of knowledge to reality only if we gradually ascend from ordinary knowledge about physical matters to higher types of insight. We are familiar with the fact that the next level of knowledge is that called imagination. But if imagination is to have any relationship to reality, it cannot be attained by living in the physical body. We must make ourselves capable of overcoming all dependence on the physical body to attain genuine imaginative knowledge. We must have progressed beyond using the physical body as our instrument. But we do still use the etheric body when we seek imaginations. We have to make use of our etheric bodies to obtain really objective, imaginative experience, exactly as we make use of our physical bodies for perceiving objects in the physical realm. Now, we find that when a person on the path of clairvoyant knowledge has progressed to the point where he has loosened his soul from his physical body and is using his etheric body as his cognitive tool, what is called knowledge in the physical world, the kind of knowledge sought without a wish to add anything to the findings, remains behind on the physical plane. For example, everything that a modern scientist is interested in finding out is left behind on the physical plane by those who leave it to ascend into the imaginative world. Nothing remains of what scientists and natural philosophers think of as a world of whirling atoms, a world, as I have often explained, that is dreamt up and totally lacking in reality. Nothing remains but pictures of this world. In other words, on leaving the physical plane, we become aware that the conceptions of a world of whirling atoms left behind there were just dreamt up. In the imaginative world into which we have ascended, no direct use can be made of any knowledge acquired on the physical plane. Please note the word direct here. We will see the subtleties of what is involved as we progress. Now, in earlier lectures, I've already shown that the spiritual energy underlying thinking changes when a clairvoyant seeker frees himself from the instrumentality of his physical body. I've said that it is as though all our thinking comes alive. Instead of living in the passive world of thinking experienced on the physical plane, it is as though all our thinking comes alive and starts to tingle as we enter the imaginative world. Once in Munich I used a drastic comparison. I said that upon entering that world, the thoughts we were previously accustomed to sending hither and thither and otherwise dispatching them as perfectly passive entities become transformed as though we had stuck our heads into a wasp's nest, and our thoughts swirled and whirled about, every thought possessing a life of its own. We have to endure it in the sense that we don't feel unfree as a result of being wrested, as it were, out of ourselves by this independent life of our thoughts. We gradually make the discovery that the insights, the conceptions we obtain on the physical plane as mere images of external reality fall away from us like a rain that rains back down upon the physical world and doesn't enter the imaginative world. They fall away and stay behind in the physical realm. All that is left of them is a memory. So we can look back on everything we have attained by exerting thinking, but that is now left behind on the physical plane as something we have finished with and no longer have any influence on. This is a diagram of how it actually is. This would represent the physical body, out of which the individual ascends. Then he immediately perceives his knowledge about physical facts falling like raindrops into the physical world. Knowledge of physical things is then outside him. This is an extremely interesting and extraordinary process. As we ascend into the first spiritual world, the imaginative world, we see our thoughts dropping away from us. And then we see that these thought forms become beings, and they make a strange impression on us if we really see them. We have the impression as we look at them that they are something wrested from us, something with significance for the physical world only. Now, it is extraordinarily difficult to get a more exact conception of what is dropping away from us there. It is scarcely possible, on ascending into higher worlds, to acquire correct insights by any other means than the most painstaking comparisons. First of all, it is necessary to discover what these thoughts of the physical plane, which have dropped away, can be compared to. These thoughts become very lively indeed, and the curious thing is that these thoughts we see back there on the physical plane are engaging in all sorts of dances similar to eurythmy. It is almost impossible to find these thoughts keeping really still. I spoke of their dancing resembling eurythmy. Not the eurythmy that is being nurtured here, but regular movements of a sort. These thoughts have an extremely peculiar aspect. They are inwardly alive when they have left us. And this fact makes them valuable in this first stage of true clairvoyance. When a person says something colossally stupid here in physical existence, he certainly doesn't hold on to it for very long once he has realized the situation. Most people like to skip lightly over their stupidities once they recognize them. A really stupid thought laughs when it gets out. It laughs in proportion to its stupidity. And other thoughts can be seen behaving in a similar manner. They manifest an inner life, these thoughts, a very lively play of expression. They convince us that no stupidity we perpetrate escapes being eternalized. The only way we can get at the facts about these strange thought forms, which put in such a lively appearance, is through a comparison. We will find one only if we are in a position to see our thoughts in the way just described. Then we are also in a position to experience what I am going to describe. We need, for purposes of comparison, the whole wide world of gnomes, the fairy folk that rules all of external earthly nature. These gnomes, who belong to the external inorganic realm in the way other elemental beings belong to plants, water, air, and fire, and so on, this whole world of gnomes has the same character, the same inner nature as the thought forms described. I could also say that gnomes belong to the same class as our thought forms, referring, however, to those thought forms based on mental images derived from the physical plane alone. Now, as you see, we have a comparison, and that is why there is an inner relationship of sorts between the gnome world and our thoughts about things on the physical plane. As I've mentioned, people make an effort to be faithful to the facts in their knowledge and perceptions, making these into a fifth wheel on the wagon. The gnomes have a similar relationship to their realm, speaking euphemistically, of course, but in a way corresponding to the facts. When a person talks with a gnome, he finds the gnome regarding the world to which he belongs with tremendous wistfulness, because he is so extremely uninvolved with it. He has as little influence over it as human beings have over the physical world around them with their knowledge. It is a matter of considerable indifference to the physical world surrounding us, how we think about it, with thoughts derived from the physical plane. A tree grows neither more nor less slowly because of thoughts derived from the physical plane that we may have about it, or because we go past it without giving it any thought at all. As I mentioned recently, we are the only ones to gain by this. Our thoughts about the tree have not the least effect upon it. The gnomes, too, have a similar external relationship to the world to which they belong externally. I might say that their world belongs to what we call the terrestrial world, the solid element. But we can, just as easily, disregard the world of the gnomes when we study the solid element as we can disregard watchmakers in a study of the laws involved in watchmaking. It is extremely important to develop a right understanding of a comparison of this kind, one that I have often resorted to, the comparison of the structure of the universe with the mechanism of a watch. If you want to understand a watch, you must study the laws governing its mechanism, and it would be ridiculous to say, aha, the hands of a watch keep moving, there must be tiny demons pushing them. No such demons are involved, but if someone who understands watches as a result of studying them were to say that a watch has nothing to do with the watchmaker who put it together, he would also be talking nonsense. The fact that the world can be understood from its own makeup, and that it is possible for scientists to discover natural laws, can just as little be taken as proof of the non-existence of a spiritual basis for the universe. The laws that govern the functioning of a watch are equally discoverable in the watch itself. So, when it is stated that the laws that govern nature are to be found within the natural world, and it is therefore unnecessary to look for anything divine in the universe, this reflects the same lack of thought as saying of watches that no watchmaker is needed because they are explainable on the basis of their own construction. In the world surrounding us, that is so entirely explainable on the basis of the laws that govern it, gnomes have a function. They too are somewhat comparable to the fifth wheel on a wagon. They accompany the world to which they belong, but without having any effect upon it. I ask you to consider the inner relationship of the world of gnomes to our physical thought world, for then you will realize that we have to make a start at understanding such a thing as the gnome world by taking a state of consciousness into consideration. Then we will ask ourselves how it is that we come to know about the physical world. We do so by forming the reflections I've been discussing. Just as reflections have no real connection with what they reflect, physical knowledge has nothing to do with what it knows about. It doesn't make anything happen in the physical realm. If we come to see physical knowledge as a matter of a state of consciousness, and sense in full awareness how unessential, how superfluous mirrors are to the objects mirrored, we will understand the soul mood that envelops the world of gnomes. That is their soul mood. Gnomes are therefore unable to grasp how there can be anything but an ineffectual relationship with this world. If a clairvoyant person were to feel pain and sorrow, as they can indeed be felt on many occasions in human life, and were then to perceive gnomes, as clairvoyants do, he would find that they cannot comprehend his pain. They are aware that people can feel a general sadness and depression, but they cannot understand how anyone can be attached to physical existence. They laugh at such feelings. Indeed, we might say that our sense of the value of things on the physical plane is lost in encounters with the world of gnomes, because they heap such ridicule upon us for the value we attach to much that exists on the physical plane. We understand the mental state of gnomes, then, if we become cognizant of the state of consciousness involved in the relationship of physical knowledge to the world reflected in it. The beings to whom the name undines has been given, and who are inwardly related not to the earthly but to the watery element, and to everything liquidly rippling and flowing, must be pictured somewhat differently. We cannot form a proper concept of plants just by looking at them and making a one-time image of them analogous to a papier-mâché reproduction. To be aware of nothing more than such a one-time impression is to lack any true conception of a plant, and the same holds true in the case of undines. We picture a plant rightly only if we know it in its various states, first in its root development, then growing a stem, then putting forth leaves, then blossoming, the blossoms wilting, fruits appearing, and so on. Goethe tells us in his beautiful title, Metamorphosis of Plants, that we must study a plant's growth process, and there live in the plant, in addition to what it is in and of itself. And there live in the plant, in addition to what it is in and of itself, mobile elemental beings, inwardly related to the shaping, rippling, mobile element of water. And now we have to realize that the imaginative world into whose life we make our way on evolving beyond the physical plane is an inwardly mobile realm, resembling the cloud world in its metamorphoses, resembling the rippling, flowing element. The imaginative world is itself in flowing motion. And just as we encounter the realm of our own physical thoughts when we first enter the spiritual world, under favorable conditions encountering the elemental world of the gnomes, so do we live in the realm of higher elemental beings as waves live in water. We belong to and are part of its encompassing whole. We live in it. It is, of course, difficult to give an impression of such matters, but here too we must picture the state of consciousness involved. It helps us to understand to say that all our thinking begins to come alive, that we are swept up by thoughts that become alive, as though the thoughts we produce, thoughts endowed with imagination, were to take on a life of their own. Purely physical thoughts, such as we had before, are left behind, an abandoned realm. Then we can say that the gnomes live in the world we have abandoned, but now we are living in the realm of the undines, and both for them and for us it is a world of movement. Let us picture this very exactly. We separate from our physical bodies and become strangers to them. We begin to carry on a life of inner mobility, of continuously changing, rippling motion. Everything takes on inner life as we experience ourselves in our etheric bodies. This is the experience we have also immediately upon dying, except that the tempo is slower. This experiencing of the imaginative world is what we experienced on the moon, except that it is at a higher level now. There, in a dream world of imagination, a realm of pictures. There it was a dream world of imagination, a realm of pictures. On Jupiter we will experience it in full consciousness. We lift ourselves into it upon leaving our physical bodies behind, as described. Try to picture it really vividly. The world of the senses is obliterated. What we saw with our eyes and heard with our ears is no longer perceptible. We cease to feel as well. Thoughts related to the outer world are laid aside in a way that could be described as follows. O gnomes, we give you our physical thoughts to keep you company. Occupy yourselves with them for a while. Now, an inner living and weaving sets in, a sharing in everything on earth that is inwardly alive and streams and ripples in the way the earth's fluid element carries on its rhythmic life. It is a sharing with the earth reminiscent, too, of the ancient moon period. A strange process starts. In addition to being aware of living in a realm of elemental beings belonging to the plant kingdom and to flowing liquids, we realize something else of a very special nature, something quite strange, namely that we are becoming part of a rhythm that is involved both in the inner rhythm of the earth and in our breathing rhythm. We acquire the idea that the rhythm of our breathing is inwardly related to the rhythm of the earth. In short, we begin to be aware that we are part of the whole earth organism. We really begin to sense our belonging to it. The earth organism claims us. This can be compared to what Goethe described in To Eckermann on April 11, 1827, when he said, quote, I picture the earth with its vapor mantle as a huge living organism involved in an unceasing in and out breathing. Close quote. We feel ourselves involved in this. We share in this unique way in the life of the earth. I'd like to point out something here that demonstrates again how fruitfully spiritual science illuminates the findings of natural science made by some characteristic scientific figures, and how well they go together. So I remind you of the famous exclamation of the Greek philosopher Archimedes, who, as he sat in his bath, shouted, Eureka, I've found it. And what had he found? Out. He lifted his feet out of the bath water and then put them back in again, finding that they were lighter in the water than outside it. So he discovered the important principle that any body suspended in water loses as much weight as the water it displaces weighs. Balloons rise according to the same principle, losing as much weight as the air they displace. In the case of water, a heavy object lying on the bottom does not lose weight, but it does so when it is suspended in the water. This principle obtains throughout nature, and it is an important one, for it is related to something of the greatest importance in human beings. You will have heard that the human brain weighs on the average 1,350 grams. It is therefore quite heavy, almost 1.5 kilos. Very fragile organs occupy the space beneath it, organs that would be crushed by laying anything weighing a single kilo on top of them. Yet it is a fact that we all have a brain heavy enough to crush the organs that lie at its base. but the pressure exerted on them actually amounts at most to 20 grams, rather than to a kilo. How is this accounted for? It is due to the fact that the brain is suspended in a liquid. It loses all but 20 grams of its weight, because it is floating in the brain fluid. We are speaking here not of what it actually weighs, but of its 20-gram pressure on the organs at its base. We picture it correctly when we conceive the brain floating in the brain fluid, and this fluid extending downward into the spinal column. Now picture this brain fluid rhythmically rising and falling. This fluid with the brain floating in it is involved in rhythmical movement as the diaphragm contracts and expands with the in and out movement of the breath, and it is thus involved in the breathing process. Insofar as the brain is its instrument, the whole thought process thus is connected with the breathing process. The brain is thus an extraordinarily sensitive sense organ for the forces continually playing in the earthly realm. Goethe, in his deep insight into the matters of this kind, refused, for example, to accept what the crude meteorological science of his time had to say about the rise and fall of barometric pressure being due to atmospheric lightness or heaviness. He spent an endless amount of time registering barometric readings in various localities. And he tried to determine how regular this rise and fall was over the earth as a whole, and showed how it could be compared to an inner terrestrial force, an in and out breathing on the part of the earth, which is of course closely related to meteorological regularity and irregularity. We need not be surprised at the barometer's changeableness, despite the regularity of the earth's in and out breathing. Human beings too are prone, despite the regularity of their breathing, to contract colds and other conditions that act like barometers, showing that something is amiss. We perceive this wonderful lawfulness in the earth's gravity, this inner life of the terrestrial, even though we are not conscious of it in the physical life. We perceive the mysterious inner processes of the earth creature taking place in the continuous rising and falling of the brain fluid, in exactly the same way we gaze out into the world and listen to it. Goethe said of it, quote, "I picture the earth with its vapor mantle as a huge living organism involved in an unceasing in and out breathing." Close quote. We feel that we share in it, though on an unconscious level. But the moment we use our etheric bodies as perceptive organs, we begin to perceive it consciously and to participate in it. We become part of this huge earth creature. Our age is really the first to confront such matters entirely without understanding. Kepler, whom even those currently eager to wipe out all spiritual insight regard as a great mind, still spoke of our earth as having a periodic respiratory process which he likened to that of whales, a going to sleep and reawakening, depending upon the sun rhythm and accompanied by a fulling and ebbing of the ocean. We have an experience of these processes on an unconscious level, and it finds expression in a physical process of which we are not consciously aware. It will not surprise you, then, that clairvoyant perception reports that what is now withdrawn into the inner organism, the strange relationship between the external atmosphere and our thought process through the blood, and the rising and falling of the brain fluid, was once an external element on the ancient moon, where dreamlike clairvoyance prevailed. The circulating air was outside. The human being himself was as yet only a vortex in the moon's substance, where there was as yet no earthly matter. The moon was still in a fluid state, or at its most material, a thickened fluid. And in this whirling and perceiving, the whirling lived moon human beings, floating as condensations in the fluid element. What we were as moon humanity remains within us, and if we study the brain in the brain fluid and study the nature of the various functions related to the breathing process, we see that it is indeed true that we have inherited the legacy of the ancient moon, and now withdrawn into our interior makeup. We are still there as brains floating in fluid, in rhythmically alternating motion. We see here a reflection of the old moon rhythm that constituted human physical nature on the moon, and our whole physical makeup, which we perceive with our nerves and external senses, has spread out over that nature as an outer covering. Hidden beneath it is what remains as a moon legacy. There are always and everywhere these interrelationships, marvelously wrought. But we have no inner perception of them as long as our eyes and ears are directed only toward the external. The moment we surrender the use of our senses and leave our thoughts behind, as described, however, we feel our unity with the life of the earth, and we know ourselves inwardly to be one with the earthly gravity of our etheric life, that life into which we enter upon leaving our physical bodies in the transformed condition known as death. The end of Lecture 6. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Chance, Providence and Necessity. This is Lecture 7, given on September 5th, 1915. I have often mentioned the fact that we can derive the right impulses from spiritual science only if we make the effort to progress ever further in a positive, concrete understanding of the spiritual beings about whom spiritual science wishes to instruct us. I have emphasized here before that we must, of course, realize first that human beings consist of a physical body, an etheric body, an astral body, and so on, and we need to know how these various members are related to one another. But if we are intent upon deriving the right impulses from spiritual science, it is not enough to rest content with these abstractions. We need to become thoroughly familiarized with the interrelationships in the cosmos, whereby these members of the human entelechy are incorporated into the entire cosmic process. Our physical bodies incorporate us into the physical world and set us down on the physical plane. They make us resemble our parents and other forebears in the ongoing stream of heredity. They bring this about through the fact that they bear within themselves certain preconditions of similarity to our ancestors. And much else is also responsible for the incorporation of our physical bodies into the physical world. We concerned ourselves yesterday, to some extent, with an awareness of how human beings who gradually advance to what is known as clairvoyant perception free themselves from their dependence upon their physical bodies as tools for relating to the world. The next step is, then, that the etheric, rather than the physical body, serves as the direct means of interrelationship with the world. Imaginative perception takes the place of the mental images and other knowledge acquired with the use of our physical bodies, that is, with the sense organs and the brain. I tried yesterday to describe in a more pictorial way how changed the soul feels when it progresses from using the physical body to making use of the etheric body. It is true, of course, that we are always making use of our etheric bodies, except when we are sleeping, but we use them in the sense that they carry on their activity within our physical bodies, so that both the physical and etheric bodies are made use of during our life on the physical plane. But we come to know what the particular characteristics of the etheric body are when it is lifted out of its connection with the physical body and put to use as our sole perceptive instrument. We know that this condition comes about naturally immediately after death, when we have laid the physical body aside. Then for a short time we make use of the etheric body, until that too is laid aside. We have, therefore, to distinguish the first condition after death, in which we dissolve our bond with the physical body, from the second condition that soon follows it, and brings about the dissolution of our bond with the etheric body. I have been saying that the physical body binds us to everything that comes to us on the physical plane. What, then, does the etheric body bind us to? It binds us to everything that relates us to the cosmos, to the extraterrestrial, to everything that lives in us that cannot be ascribed directly to any connection with the physical realm. If, for example, a person is born with a physically defective ear, he won't be able to become a musician. But physical defects are due to physical heredity. This is a radical case that illustrates our dependence upon the ongoing heredity process. But we must turn our attention from the capacities to which our physical bodies predispose us to those occasioned by the etheric. These show up more distinctly in particular predispositions of the soul. Only a poor observer can miss the fact of the great differences of soul manifested by individuals. Dull-witted materialists are sometimes little interested in subtle differences of soul. They want to investigate the external form element alone. But alert observers of life are perfectly aware that nobody resembles any other person as far as his individuality is concerned. People who have entertained theosophical concepts for a while are satisfied to explain these individual differences by saying that everyone has lived through repeated earth lives and demonstrates in his individual characteristics what he has brought with him from the past. This is right, of course, but it does not suffice for true understanding. Just imagine, for example, a person being born with a sensitive musical ear, but with no opportunity to get a musical education. In such a case, his musical ear would go undeveloped. One cannot, of course, be musically educated if one lacks a musical ear, but external opportunity, a person's milieu, must also permit it. There are people who are always satisfied to fall back on the same one-sided explanation of facts, saying that our higher ego, our higher self, takes care of everything. The higher self is actually the world. This may be true, but it is by no means enough to explain everything in the universe. It is true that karma is the cause of our individual predispositions, that our individual differences come from the way we develop in the course of our incarnations. But it is not enough to know that we pass through various earth lives and develop ourselves as individuals. We need to know what enables us to make actual use in life of the capacities developed by us as individuals. Let us turn our attention to the life between death and a new birth. You are familiar with the content of the published lecture cycle entitled Life Between Death and Rebirth, and can gather from it that the various factors preparing us for rebirth, for a new incarnation in a physical body, must be brought together during that life. But it has to be possible in the spiritual world for human beings to find there what they need in order to develop their individual capacities. We can conceive of having had an incarnation during which we laid the foundation for certain developments in the following earth life, but finding no possibility between death and rebirth of bringing to development the potentialities implanted in us for the following incarnation. A plant seed may be full of potential, but unless it is planted in favorable soil, it is impossible for its potential to develop. Similarly, we may be ever so full of promise as individuals, but if we are unable to find in the spiritual world factors that nourish us as suitable soil does a plant seed, then the life conditions needed for the unfolding of the capacities we have developed for a future incarnation cannot be provided. This can make us aware that the world contains deep, hidden secrets that can be discovered if we train the light of spiritual science on the actual facts. A few catchy theories or sayings, such as that we have various incarnations and so on, each as our individuality dictates, from one to the next, are not enough. They do not reach down to what we experience as the riddles of life. The need, as I have reiterated these last few days, is always to find the right perspective. We will encounter much in life that will strike us as profound riddles that need some degree of solution if we are not to feel ourselves helpless strugglers who, though we may see the riddles life presents, cannot cope with them. There is a riddle I want to bring up here because it deals with the spiritual investigator's connection with the question of what conditions contribute to the development of individuality. I'll characterize it later on. I refer to the riddles we encounter in life with respect to the varying ages at which people die. Let's say one person lives to a green old age, while someone else dies very young. People die, of course, at all the various ages. We can state this thoughtlessly. There is particularly little inclination to be sensitive to a riddle so frequently encountered. But the fact is that the most commonplace matters pose the greatest riddles. A contemplation of the relationship of the etheric body to the world as a whole brings us closer to this riddle. Everyone knows as a fact of experience that our physical bodies age. We grow older and older physically. And everyone understands what is involved in aging. But where our etheric bodies are concerned, the opposite is true. We grow younger, ever younger. When we are very old, our physical bodies are old, but our etheric bodies have grown young. Some of you have already heard of this in my lectures, but I want to discuss it today in a different context. We have to develop our etheric bodies during an incarnation in such a way that when we have come to its close, our astral bodies will be so embedded in these etheric bodies that they feel themselves prepared for their appropriate entrance into the next life. It is really true that when an individual is old and gray and wrinkled, his etheric body burgeons with fresh life, for his astral body must accustom itself at this point to live in an etheric body already teeming with germinal potential. The way the astral body is to permeate and work in the physical body of a child in the following incarnation must already find some degree of expression in its connection with the etheric body grown young. It is remarkable how the genius of language can reveal some secret or other. As I've mentioned on other occasions, you'll find a beautiful passage in Goethe's Faust where the term growing young is used in place of being born, growing young rather than growing old. In other words, we start to grow young when we are born. This is based, of course, on the conception of the soul pre-existing birth. But the forces it will need to enable it to work through the body into which the child is born must have been acquired while the etheric body is growing young in the aging physical body of the previous earth life. Materialists find special corroboration of their materialistic theories in the fact that even geniuses, or at least those who are regarded as such, sometimes become senile in their old age, and Kant is cited as a particularly relished case. But people who subscribe to this way of thinking do not grasp the fact that the soul can manifest here on the physical plane only through the agency of the physical organs. Kant's brain became unable to serve as the tool of the soul forces he had evolved, and this is why he appeared feeble-minded in old age, even though the soul that was preparing to organize the physical body of his next incarnation was actually already living in him. But in the previous earth life, this soul was unable to make a suitable instrument of the physical body it inhabited. If you apply what I have just been saying, you will see that it makes a tremendous, an enormous difference whether an individual dies in extreme old age or as a youngster, perhaps even in childhood. For the etheric body of someone who dies in youth has not yet grown young. If we are speaking of physical human beings, we can say that they are growing old, but in speaking of the etheric body, we would have to say that it grows young. That would be the proper expression for it. The etheric body grows young, but it has not yet grown entirely young in those who die at an early age. I once tried to suggest this by saying that when a person dies in childhood or in youth, his etheric body has not actually been used up. This etheric body would have lasted him a lifetime. He could have reached 60 years or more with it if he hadn't died young. But the force inherent in such an etheric body remains in existence, just as forces in the physical world do. They are not lost. However, we need to make a closer study of the special, unique attributes of this etheric body. When a person can live to what is considered a normal old age, say 70 or 80, his etheric body has grown very young. The whole fruit of his life experience lodges in this young etheric body, is imprinted on and expressed in it, and the astral body then takes possession of it. That happens in the following way. Let us picture the physical body abandoned by the etheric body. So long as the etheric body remains in the physical body, it cannot develop the forces it has acquired in life because it is imprisoned in the physical body. Picture how in our previous earth life we acquired this or that capacity. This is to say, we acquired it with the physical body of that incarnation. What we have added to it in the present incarnation has not yet had time to develop organs for its use. We must first create these in our current incarnation for the life to follow. But all this is lodged in the etheric body, which is more elastic, more fluid than the physical. No use can be made of it, however, as long as the etheric body remains bound to the physical body. But when the physical body has fallen away, the etheric body is freed. And now this etheric body brings forth all the fruits of the life we have lived through up to our death. That is also the reason why it presents the whole life panorama that spreads out before us for a few days, the tableau of finished earth life, so that we may learn and acquire from this panorama everything that can be extracted from our past experiences, and that takes place during the few days during which we have the tableau before us. Every morning on awakening, when our astral body enters our physical and etheric bodies, it has to adapt itself to what has evolved out of the physical and etheric bodies of the past incarnation. And there it encounters what we have made of ourselves. The astral body never enters the etheric body in a way that allows it to make use of what the etheric body has developed in the present incarnation. But after death, it does so. It is related to the etheric body in a way that lets it feel and perceive and sense the fruits gathered from the life just ended. And when, a few days later, the astral body separates from the etheric, the entire product of that life is contained in the astral body as the result of the astral body's having drawn it out of the etheric body during the days it has spent there. The astral body needs to spend only those few days in the liberated etheric body to live through everything that an incarnation has brought forth. But it takes a long time so to shape what it has thus experienced that a new earth life can be fashioned from it. It requires a great deal, as you see, to fashion a new life. And if it were left to human wisdom to achieve this fashioning all by itself, the result would certainly be most inadequate. Try to picture yourselves having to shape your entire physical instrument with the content of your consciousness. You would first have to have a thorough understanding of it, but every glance into external science makes it clear how little insight into our physical makeup we possess. But between death and rebirth, We possess it sufficiently to be able to fashion our physical body right down into its most delicate details, in a way that qualifies it to make use of the capacities evolved in the previous incarnation. If someone were to ask you how a convolution of the brain could be arranged to conform with the capacities acquired in the previous incarnation, and you had to decide whether it should be turned or twisted thus or so you wouldn't be able to say, let me read that again, sorry. If someone were to ask you how a convolution of the brain could be arranged to conform with the capacities acquired in the previous incarnation, and you had to decide whether it should be turned or twisted thus or so, you wouldn't be able to say, if you were examined on the subject, that twisting in some particular direction would correspond to a person's having been an orator in his past incarnation, and that particular twist would produce the right working out in this life of the acquired capacity. How could you conceivably answer out of the consciousness you possess on the physical plane? But we have to answer that question in the life between death and rebirth. For we must endow the new etheric body with the requisite capacity delicately to chisel out our organs. A single word suffices to describe what is needed, but I wanted to evoke a sense of what this word encompasses. Wisdom is required, a wisdom human beings really need to have. Even though Kant grew feeble-minded in old age, his soul, which is to say his astral body as it lived in his newly constituted etheric body, his soul was wise, for it was already in possession of wisdom. But his ego was unable to raise it to a conscious level with the brain. His soul contained the wisdom that was to emerge between death and rebirth and make its contribution to Kant's future incarnation. Kant lived into old age. The older a person grows, physically speaking, the more pronounced is this moment of wisdom. But in the case of those who die young, the situation is different, for the etheric body has not grown young, and there is consequently less earth-acquired wisdom stored up in it. It is earth-acquired wisdom that is involved here. Something else takes its place. Those who die early have old etheric bodies that have not had time to grow young, and these are all the more teeming with will. Direct will force in all its immediacy, the love element, creative love force, permeates them. That is the difference between the etheric bodies of the old and young. The former bear more the character of wisdom, the latter of will. The etheric body of a person who dies young streams out love, a warm etheric love element, while that of an older person streams out an aura filled with light and wisdom. We can answer the question that interests us here by asking spiritual science. What would happen if, for some reason, everyone were to grow very old, living on to 80 or 90, if not a single person died young? What would the result be? In that case, all the etheric bodies, deserted by their souls, would be imbued with loving wisdom. People living on the earth, in the continuity of history, would find it possible to learn a great deal during their physical earth lives, for their physical bodies would be wisely fashioned. They would be born somewhat undifferentiated, each similar to all the rest, but they could learn a great deal on the physical plane. They would be delicately and wisely built, and could learn a great deal, since such learning would be connected with an extremely mobile constitution. Due to their extraordinarily sensitive, mechanistically, wisely constituted physical organisms, these people would be in a state of labile balance, labile, L-A-B-I-L-E, balance, that could easily shift. A person would learn a great deal, but be terribly nervous, as the current nervous age would express it. It would be a humanity tending to fidget and to have a precarious balance, very gifted for learning on the physical plane, but nevertheless very restless and fidgety. We had better say fidgety rather than nervous. Why not put it in a way that feels right? In earlier times, even a couple of centuries ago, throughout Europe, a person who had strong nerves and could stand a lot was referred to as nervy or nervous. But nowadays the tone is not set by the same people, so the meaning of the word got turned into the exact opposite. Now the sole differentiations we bring with us into an incarnation from the spiritual world would not exist in human development if everybody grew old, if no one were to die young. There would be no talents, no being born with special gifts. People would come into the world more or less like each other, more or less undifferentiated. They would differ from one another and learn different things only as a result of experiencing different conditions on the physical plane, and would be rather similarly adaptable to whatever circumstances they encountered. Special individual needs would be taken care of by karma through the agency of heredity. Beyond this, what we know as predispositions to special soul qualities would be lacking. People would simply not possess inner differences. But everything in the world has to be founded on balance, as I've often said. And in these matters, too, there can be no one-sidedness. Human life must accordingly be built, on the one hand, on the possibility of pouring into the physical body what an individual has stored up as wisdom in the etheric bodies growing younger for use in a future incarnation. On the other hand, the will impulses of those who die young are needed. I have shown at hand many examples how children who die very young have not expended their etheric bodies. Right here in the Goetheanum, we ourselves live in the aura of an etheric body, out of which those forces that provide artistic stimulus are derived. I explained how a child belonging to the Goetheanum community left his etheric body at his death, and that this etheric body has created an aura that is incorporated into our building. Those able to perceive the nature of the impulses that come from this etheric body find support in them for the artistic impulses to be lived out here. But this is in general the situation with the etheric bodies of those who die young. They go back. They haven't as yet grown so young as entirely to have worn down the will element. Instead, will and creative love forces accompany them into the spiritual world. And now a continuous interchange has to take place between those etheric bodies that have grown wholly young and those less young. Continuous mutual support is exchanged in the spiritual world between what ascends from the earth in the etheric bodies of the very aged and the etheric bodies of young people, or indeed of those in the in-between years. When very young people die, those referred to in Faust as the midnight born, their etheric bodies are very old, quite hoary in fact, but they are endowed with strong will forces. Etheric bodies of this kind are able to work powerfully on the long-lived etheric bodies of those who grow physically old. Just think what a brilliant idea it was that made Goethe have the centenarian Faust go to heaven surrounded by the etheric bodies of very young boys, the midnight born, hinting thereby that an exchange of the kind described has to take place. This interchange is always going on. We can therefore say that there exist in the spiritual world the etheric bodies of human beings who have grown physically old, and various things are taking place in them, see drawing, color mauve. Then, in red, the etheric bodies of deceased young people, with various things taking place in them as well. And an interchange between them, a process of mutual exchange. And what we encounter in the life between death and rebirth is the result of the situations that develop in this exchange between the etheric bodies of those who died young and those who died old. This interchange is essential. Without it, the evolution of humanity on earth could not proceed properly. The beings who direct this interchange are to be found in the realm of the angel hierarchy. so that we really have to recognize such an interchange between two kinds of etheric bodies in the spiritual world in which we are immersed. The two kinds of activity coalesce like two merging rivers, but they are then given proper direction and regulation by angelic beings. That is one of the tasks with which angels are charged. When therefore persons are able to come into the world with special talents, this is due not only to the possibility that between death and rebirth, wisdom of a materialistic nature, that is a fruit of the earth, has been imprinted into physical bodies, but that something not as yet fully developed on earth, the product of the etheric bodies of those who died young, has brought about effects present as forces that can be interwoven in the process of fashioning human talents. You see how spiritual science can bring about a living feeling for things when we really immerse ourselves in its secrets. We learn from spiritual science to lift ourselves in spirit to a contemplation of the mystery of death in an older person. For then we tell ourselves that people grow old in order that human evolution may go forward in the right way, for as long as physical bodies are needed as vehicles. We have a premonition whenever an older person dies of the fruits that human evolution on earth will bear as a result. And when we give ourselves up to a contemplation of what the future holds, we realize that there has to be a continuous development of talents in mankind's progressive evolution. This person must be gifted in this direction, another in that, with capacities ranging all the way to the genius level. That could not be the case if nobody were fated to die young. And so we look up to people of special genius. We can attribute their gifts to the fact that some individuals have to die young. To contemplate the mystery of death in the case of young human beings is to realize that early death too is part of the wise design, for it gives rise to seed forces of soul endowment needed by the human race for its further progress. If we can lift ourselves above a personal reaction to death, to a contemplation of what is needed by mankind as a whole, we encounter the wisdom involved in the deaths of both young and old. It is important to realize that a truly genuine and earnest study of spiritual science does not remain mere theory, but that a proper grasp of theories leads to attitudes and feelings that enable us to achieve greater harmony in our lives than we could achieve if we didn't have it. We need spiritual science to develop the deeper insight that can lead to a perception of the consonance that lies behind life's otherwise unbearable dissonances. We learn, too, to understand the sacrifices that we have to make in life and the things that pain us, if we know that the entire universe can be rightly maintained only by developments that cannot help but cause us sorrow. We simply have to make the effort to sense that the many hundreds of geniuses, Homer, Shakespeare, Goethe, Michelangelo, Raphael, and so on, are essential to mankind's progressive evolution, and would not have existed as such had the ground not been prepared by people dying young. This has nothing to do with the individual. Those who die young and thus sacrifice their etheric bodies in their youth provide the entire cosmos with a fruitful soil for the growth and maturing of human soul capacities. We become united with the universe when, instead of taking an abstract approach to spiritual science, it becomes for us a seeking out of impulses that flow into us as soul warmth, reconciling us with the world, moving us to our depths as they show us that though we human beings have to undergo painful experiences, we suffer them for the sake of harmony in the entire universe. It is not always easy to withdraw our attention from individual life, to focus on the life of the whole world. But the fact that achieving this goal is difficult is also the reason why it strengthens us. And as we develop a feeling for community from our suffering, that sense of the totality of the cosmic order becomes ever more intense and lays ever more profound hold on our innermost souls. And we prepare ourselves in doing this to become participants in the universal order of a kind the gods make use of. The end of Lecture 7. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Chance, Providence and Necessity. This is a reading of the last lecture, Lecture 8, given on September 6, 1915. If you think over the change that had to be described in advancing from perception of the external physical world to perceiving the elemental world next above it, you will see that the worlds from which our physical universe and everything in it issued differ greatly from this physical world. A person who adopted the materialistic point of view more for convenience than for the sake of his conviction might say, well, why should I bother with all these worlds spiritual science speaks of? The world I'm living in now is enough to satisfy me. There may be other worlds, but I'm not going to bother my head about them. Such a statement is as far from reality as it is possible to get, for it is impossible for anyone to disregard the worlds of the spirit. And it is just when someone says that they don't exist, and that he won't trouble himself about them, that he is very markedly under their influence. A statement of this sort is made only when the speaker has been led astray by Ahrimanic forces. Quote, "Not if he had them by the neck, I vow, would e'er these people scent the devil." Close quote. This accurately states the fact of the matter, though he who stated it did so in a thoroughly ironic spirit. Ignorance of the spiritual worlds will never enable a person to deal with them. For that, it is necessary to know them. But we must always remember how strongly the physical world colors not only our concepts and ideas, but the way we sense and feel as well. Even when we want to get to know the spiritual world, we have a need, even a longing, to find it resembling the physical world, a wish, at least, to find that we can characterize it adequately with the concepts we have grown used to in physical existence. But I have already called your attention to the fact that the conceptions we form based on the physical world do not suffice to characterize the spiritual world. If more of our members came to understand this, it would be possible to introduce more new ways of expressing things, and this is indeed necessary. I made use of an isolated case yesterday in contrasting growing old with growing young. Similar terms could and should be found to express the totally different nature of the spiritual world. Now I want to call your attention right away to something that demonstrates how vitally necessary it is to arrive at a new terminology if we are to grow into the spiritual world in the right way. Many aspirants would find themselves perceiving the spiritual world relatively sooner if they could free themselves from the habit of depending on words. When we go through the portals of death, the first phenomenon, the first fact to appear, is the laying aside of the physical body. We know that this physical body then undergoes dissolution into the earth element, regardless of the form of disposal chosen. So the physical body undergoes dissolution into earthly elements. We can refer to it simply as dissolution. The observable fact is that the physical body disintegrates into its smallest particles, which are then incorporated into earthly matter. That is the physical situation. And we can speak of dissolution of this body into earthly matter if we take into account everything we know about matter and substance. We know, too, that this dissolution process is a spiritual one as well. But we don't need to go into that any further at the present moment. What is important for us now is the situation as it appears to physical observation. Now, it is of the greatest importance to realize clearly that this dissolution of the physical body is by no means merely the process which our physical organs perceive. It has far greater significance. We must consider the following to form a concept of it. Human beings spend all of their waking life between birth and death with their ego and astral body enclosed within the physical body. It has always been more or less the case that the ego and astral body inhabited the physical body when people were awake. I will draw the physical body as a vase containing them. There are other ways of drawing this too, but that isn't important. Let's be quite exact in picturing our ego and astral body contained here in the physical body. They are enclosed in the etheric body too, but for now we will concern ourselves with the physical body only. When we go to sleep, we are no longer thus enclosed, as I've often shown. But then we normally lose our ego awareness, and even our awareness of the astral body. This awareness is restored only when we press ourselves back, so to speak, into the physical body. It is this pressing into the physical body between birth and death that gives our souls a sense of egohood, that allows us, as I might also express it, to feel our souls ego-permeated. At death, the physical body disintegrates into earthly matter. This is of significance. All the time we are asleep, a desire to return to the physical body lives in us, as I've often described. It dominates us from the moment of falling asleep to our awakening. We long to get back into it. When at death we have laid it aside, we can't go on longing to do this. We are unable to press ourselves back into it again. The result is that from now on we cannot develop the desire to return to the physical body, so the longing we have during sleep now falls away, and something else takes its place. Its place is taken by the thought of the physical body that now makes its appearance in the astral body and our ego. We contemplate our physical body. It lives in our consciousness and becomes part of its content. And the disintegration of our physical body into its elements results in our maintaining awareness of our physical body during the time between death and rebirth. This remembering of our physical body is the means whereby we are enabled to know ourselves as egos during the entire time between death and rebirth. Instead of having a physical body, we have knowledge of it. A state of awareness replaces it. The sense of possessing a physical body that we have for the period from birth to death is replaced after death by an awareness of this body. And this awareness, which is purely spiritual, which is a purely spiritual condition, gives us the necessary further connection with the life we lived on earth. We know that the next outstanding event to take place after death is the laying aside of, the separation from, the etheric body. As I said yesterday, it is the etheric body that connects us with the surrounding cosmos, just as it is the physical body that connects us with the earth. You can gather from various things I've said that the etheric body is absorbed into the etheric world when we lay it aside after death, just as the physical body is absorbed into the earth world. But it would be a misconception to picture this absorption of the etheric body into the etheric world as exactly analogous to the disintegration of the physical body into physical matter, for the process is not one of dissolution. Instead, what we have imprinted into the etheric body remains there. The etheric body expands. In certain special cases, however, when the etheric body is kept intact because of an early death, it can have a special task too, as I've been describing in the course of these lectures. Generally speaking, however, we can say that the etheric body is absorbed into the etheric world, but that it takes with it the fruits of the life between birth and death, thus enriching the etheric world. We enrich the etheric world at death with what we have given our etheric bodies. It is therefore incorrect to describe the etheric body as dissolving into the surrounding ether. Instead, we need to try to picture a process quite different from any that could take place in the physical realm. It is desirable to find a term for this that could not apply to any physical process, and I have thought much about this. And if I now wish to describe the way this etheric body is absorbed into the etheric world, I can best do so with the phrase in binding. The physical body then is subject to dissolution, the etheric body to in binding. This means that the content we have given it is bound up with, embedded in, the whole etheric universe. In-binding is thus the polar opposite of dissolution. When we are trying to find the fitting term for something that does not exist in the physical, it is good to find an expression descriptive of the actual fact and inapplicable to the physical world. In-binding is the term to use here because of what actually happens. Let us assume that someone has built this or that into his etheric body. The etheric body is connected with everything extraterrestrial, as I have said. Now, insofar as a person has some experience of things beyond the merely earthly in his life here, and everybody has such experiences, even materialists, only they're not aware of it, that content lives in his etheric body. It is incorporated into the etheric world, embedded in it. And if we observe a person's abandoned etheric body with clairvoyant vision, we discover in it the answer to a certain question, namely, what were the heavens, taking the term heavens to include everything super-earthly, able to derive for themselves from that person during his lifetime. What they were able to take for themselves is totally different from what physical observation can see the earth deriving. If we consider somebody's earthly remains, they amount for physical eyes to nothing more than a little heap of earth like other earthly substances. And people assume, though not quite correctly, that the earth would remain just the same if this little heap of earth, the physical body, did not become a part of it at the person's death. They assume that it is of little significance for the earth to receive back that part of itself that was a person's body during his lifetime. But those who contemplate the developing post-mortem relationship of the etheric body to what I have called the heavens come to a different view of the matter. They would have to say that the content a person has created for himself as the fruit of his thinking, feeling, and willing, of his work, of his whole existence, of everything that has happened to him and that has during his life on earth been incorporated into his etheric body, is something for which the heavens are full of gratitude when they receive it. A cloud of gratitude sweeps over those who direct their clairvoyant gaze upon the abandoned etheric body of a deceased human being. The heavens' attitude is the exact opposite of that of the earth, with its total lack of gratitude. When our gaze falls on the graves of human beings, not an earthly word of thanks is heard, acknowledging the return to the earth of the materials it provided for man's fashioning, whereas thanks resound from the heavens for everything with which the human being has endowed his etheric body during his lifetime. The heavens have bound man's etheric body into themselves. This too is part of what was brought up yesterday, when the statement was made that when we make a proper study of spiritual science, every concept we derive from it takes on an ethical aspect, brings about a moral deepening of our souls, while at the same time suffusing us with living warmth. Now let us focus on what has been stated in these lectures, that a person who ascends into spiritual worlds, which he does also in his life after death, possesses a completely different kind of consciousness, a very different view of things. I have already suggested how inwardly mobile thinking then becomes. But this inner mobility is only the first stage of ascent into the spiritual world. On ascending further after death, upon laying aside our etheric bodies, our consciousness is of an entirely different sort than it is here in the physical world. Here objects are outside us. We perceive them from outside. But when we have ascended as high into the spiritual world as I am now describing, we no longer confront such objects. What for us here in the physical world is the most impenetrable aspect of animals and human beings, their inner life of soul, is their most easily penetrable aspect for beings of the higher worlds. We participate in the soul life there. We have a world of beings rather than a world of objects surrounding us. That is the significant thing about it. When we stand beside one another here on the physical plane, you stand there and I over here, both of us holding on to an object, say a table. And now we have to eliminate all objects from our consciousness, picturing ourselves in a world occupied by souls, in inner touch with them in the way we relate on the physical plane to our thoughts and feelings. We have to picture it this way. We don't establish contact with a being of the angelic hierarchy by taking its hand, but rather by living in its being, as we live in our thoughts and feelings. I have often described the situation as an entering into our thoughts and feelings by these beings. We express this correctly when we say that these beings live in us. You will find what I've just been saying in my book, An Outline of Esoteric Science. There is described in detail how we live in the life after death in a much more intimate relationship with the other beings there than can ever be the case with our fellow human beings on the earth. For we are inwardly as connected with them as we now are with our thoughts and feelings. And we can also approach the dead with our souls while we are here on earth, if we work toward that by doing the suggested reading to them. We have to develop the capacity for it, but we will be aware of the dead really coming closer to us. It is a matter of making the effort to achieve an inward living together with them in the way we live in our thoughts and feelings. Materialistically minded spiritualists best demonstrate how little inclined people are to enter into these higher concepts of true inner reality. The term materialistically minded spiritualists may sound odd, but it is a fact that large numbers of spiritualists are much more materialistically minded than ordinary materialists. The latter say there's no such thing as spirit, and they call matter matter. But a lot of spiritualists are intent upon perceiving spirits materially, either as apparitions of light, a material substance, or through the sense of touch. Such are the nuances in their encounters with spirits, a materializing of the entire spiritual world. We must acquire the ability to look for deeper reality than that transmitted by the senses. There is even something quite absurd in the materialistic spiritualists seeking to see the dead with physical eyes when he can't expect to see them with physical eyes after his own death. To see a dead person, we have to try to see him as though we were ourselves dead. That is, of course, without physical eyes. The fact that we must confront the spiritual world with a consciousness wholly different from the one that confronts the physical world is usually expressed as, we see the physical world objectively, the spiritual world subjectively, meaning that we see the spirit when we extend our subjective experience to include the spiritual world. This is a much more intensive exercise of sight than physical seeing, but it remains subjective, in intimate connectedness with what is perceived. Very few people of recent times have had any inkling of the fact that the spiritual world must really be described in such a way. Those who have had a premonition of it have had to struggle with terminology. One of them, Berkeley, immediately went too far in his attempt to express how the spiritual world must be related to. It was clear to him that a person perceiving the so-called outer world of matter can certainly not say, there is something behind what I am perceiving, but only, when I open my eyes I see colors, etc. When I use my ears to listen I hear tones, and so on. But I cannot say whether anything material exists beyond and behind these perceptions. It seemed utter nonsense to Berkeley to state anything beyond there is no existence independent of perception. Berkeley was both right and wrong. Right, insofar as it is a crude idea that prompts a person to assume that some form of matter accounts for what we perceive. What we perceive is the universe. Nothing exists beyond our perceptions. Minds and their perceptions are all there is. Radically stated, the situation as Bishop Berkeley sees it is the following. Here we have so and so many individuals. Judged on the basis of ordinary life, we say that 1, 2, 3, 4, or however many people are sitting here, with bodies, etc. But Berkeley would declare this to be untrue, and say that only souls are present, their bodies being merely what these souls perceive. They are an illusion. Only souls exist. Or, every soul here is harboring something like an external illusion of everybody else's body. But Miss M, for example, should not allow herself to believe that Mrs. K is really sitting there bodily. Miss M has a picture in her soul of Mrs. K, and Mrs. K has one of Miss M. All else is illusion. Only souls exist. Nothing exists independent of perception. Bishop Berkeley was right only up to a certain point. He was not a spiritual scientist, and could therefore not be aware of something I can most easily express as follows. Let us suppose that Mrs. K is not observing Miss M, but instead contemplating some event that took place 5 days ago and that has popped into her mind again just this moment. An event such as the breaking of a vase 5 days ago is not a spirit. Let us picture her reviewing the whole business, how she held the vase in her hands, how it toppled, how it was shattered into fragments. The whole picture rises up within her. We can certainly say that this picture is not another soul. Still, taking the entire soul as presently constituted, this process now rising up in it is something perceived as objectively as any other object existing outside it. In the one case, the object is beheld in confrontation, while in the other it is a past process, rising up and becoming conscious. This latter, too, cannot be said to exist within the soul. It had first withdrawn from it. Otherwise, we would have had to keep on picturing the breaking of the vase every minute of our waking life during the past 5 days. Let us take it as a blessing that the picture existed outside our souls, and only now returns to consciousness. It existed outside the soul, in just the same sense that everything else does. It existed originally inside it, but then withdrew. Here you have something that is not a spirit, for the breaking of the vase is neither of the spirit nor of the soul, but simply re-enters the soul as an objective element. If you relate this to what I've been saying in these lectures, namely that what is out there in the universe is really of the past, something long forgotten, you will be able to picture what the external world is, insofar as we perceive it as an external world rather than as another soul. I'll make a schematic drawing. Let's picture a soul here, with various earlier events contained within it, such as that involving the broken vase. And it will contain other events as well, but I won't put them all in separately. All immediate conscious experience is comprised within the circular area. The fact that the broken vase can be remembered is due to its having disappeared from conscious experience. It can return to consciousness only as a memory image. The event has been thrust into the objective realm. Just think how great the longing of many people is to thrust into the objective realm such events as broken vases, to forget them if possible, and not allow them to break through into consciousness. They can be submerged to ever greater depths of objectivity, and when they've reached the ultimate degree of submersion, they live outside us. The things and processes in our environment are there only because they were thought and then pressed into objectivity by beings during the ancient sun and moon periods. I think I'll read that sentence again. The things and processes in our environment are there only because they were thought and then pressed into objectivity by beings during the ancient sun and moon periods. Now they have objective existence. Everything we confront was once thought and felt and existed as conscious content and was then thrust out of consciousness. We might say that the objective world is what gods and spirits once thought and forgot and thrust out of themselves. Berkeley is therefore obviously incorrect in stating that there is no world outside us, only souls. For what is outside us is the product of forgetting. Of course, the bodies of the individual souls here have not been forgotten by each soul, for their first beginnings were created and thought by beings on ancient Saturn, then objectified, and so on. We must be quite clear that consciousness preceded existence, that what exists externally had its origin in consciousness, just like what we have in our memories in the first stage of objectification. The objectification process, in the case of the individual souls of today, goes only as far as in the case of the broken vase. In the case of beings that develop through the Saturn, Sun, and Moon periods, it is so far advanced that the thoughts they have now achieved the solidity of our mountain ranges. Since we are connected with the whole spiritual world, we perceive what the gods thought so long ago. It will become clear to you as you think this over how important it is that an objective world emerges from subjective realms. I've often stressed the fact that our memories have to remain intact if we are to maintain ego consciousness. And the gods had to create a world out of themselves for the same reason. The gods thrust out the entire universe in order to preserve their consciousness. Just as we carry memory images for the period of time since we began remembering. And we human beings thrust out our physical bodies and ether bodies in order to attain a higher level of consciousness. As I've emphasized from another standpoint, death is a terrible thing only from the perspective of the physical world. Looked at from the standpoint of the spiritual world, where we find ourselves from the moment we have died, death is the launching of our entire later consciousness. To look back to death illumines the consciousness we possess between death and rebirth. Though we cannot look back to our birth into the physical world, we can look back continuously to our death as to the most glorious moment of our past life. Looking back during the time after death, we encounter the moment of dying, and this encounter, visible to us in this time perspective, provides us after death with a continuous ego consciousness in the nature of a mirror image, reflected from the fact of death. And there's a small drawing. As we pass through death, then, we grow out of the way of seeing things that in the physical world forces us to look upon objects, and we grow into an outlook experienced as our being increasingly harbored by other spiritual beings, coming closer and closer to them. While we live in our physical bodies here, our thoughts, our feelings, our impulses of will are restricted to ourselves alone. But when we pass through death, these flow out into the world, into the other spiritual beings who then live in us. We reproduce ourselves, our consciousness expands. From a single unit we become a multiplicity, a oneness in the many, and the multiplicity reveals itself as it absorbs our oneness. So our growing to participation in the world, ordinarily referred to as the world of the hierarchies, is the process that takes place as soon as we enter the spiritual world. Here on earth we speak of objects and of the experiences we have with them, whereas the dead speak exclusively of beings and of the communications made to them by beings about other beings, speak of a lesser or stronger connection with them, and the like. Much effort is required to convey an even partially adequate conception of such matters, as this growing into the spiritual world. Now that we've tried to form at least a slightly more exact idea of the manner of this growth, let us turn our attention to the facts we spoke about yesterday, those involving death in younger and in maturer years. A person dying in his youth passes through the gate of death. His physical body disintegrates, his etheric body binds itself. When this happens to a boy or girl, to someone who is still a child, that individual is granted a particularly strong impression of the inner harmony of the marvelous structure that we feel our physical body to be. It is one of the most outstanding experiences of those who die young, that they carry through the gates of death a marked inner conceptual awareness of the marvelous build of the human body. It would be impossible to imagine anything as magnificently built as this human physical body, this great work of art, this world wonder. I have often spoken about this, but those who die young are filled to overflowing with it. And this conception, this inner saturation with such an impression, first brings those who die young together with members of the hierarchy of the spirits of form, so that their souls become intimately interwoven with those spirits. So we see these souls being received by the spirits of form with particular grace and favor. Furthermore, those souls grow inwardly together with the beings belonging to the hierarchy of the spirits of will. If I may put it thus, the relationship of these spirits of will and of form to the universe is such that they continuously convey to a person privy to their secrets that, quote, those who have to abandon their earth lives early belong to us. For what they bring us is an essential ingredient of our creative work on mankind's evolution. Close quote. Those who die in old age are less suffused with impressions of the marvelous build of the human body, but are the more permeated by a sense of the marvelous build of the entire universe, of the cosmos as a whole. The thinking and feeling content of those dying in maturity is directed more to the external, and they grow together particularly quickly and easily with those beings whom we call the spirits of wisdom, by whom they are received with grace and favor. Anyone who investigates this in detail receives a strong impression of how human beings live with higher spiritual beings after death. To enter lovingly into what spiritual science can reveal is truly not to end up with empty abstractions, vague talk about the spirit, vague statements that human beings are received by the spiritual world. It is possible to point instead to the fact that one individual is received by the spirits of movement or by the spirits of wisdom, while someone else is received by the spirits of form and of will. And this means getting a conception of how, in inner reality, as observed from a higher standpoint, everything that happens is actually good, and how what remains incomprehensible from the standpoint of the physical world becomes fully understandable when seen from a higher level. For the beings of the higher hierarchies know what can be accomplished, not only with those of maturer years, but above all with those who have died young. There is no one who has lived in vain. And the entire evolutionary process in which humanity is involved could not go on if everything were not to happen as it actually happens. But a concept, a constantly extended concept of all these matters, can be attained only by really entering into spiritual science, by really being able to grasp that it is only our epoch that is so God-forsaken, and that in our time only those individuals think truly materialistically who are either unable to think at all or else don't want to think. I once told you of the case of a philosopher who really thought, and I quoted a remark of his to show you how far a truly thinking philosopher can go, one who doesn't know everything, but who mulls over how much a person can know as the result of his experience on the physical plane. It is legitimate to say that for the most part the stupider people are, the smarter they consider themselves to be. The smarter they are, the more they know how much it takes to discover life's meaning. That is why, a little while ago, I read you the statement of a person who had thought a lot and said that, quote, someone could claim that there are invisible specters in hens' eggs in addition to the whites and yolks, close quote. This was a man who had really taken great pains over philosophizing and who really knows how little ordinary ideas contribute to insight. He therefore says that it is possible for someone to make the quoted assertion about eggs containing invisible specters, along with whites and yolks, and to say, quote, small quote, these specters materialize and take on a body, and when the materialization process is completed, they break through the hard eggshell with their sharp beaks and run to the grains scattered for them and eat them. Close small quote. Continue. Nothing can actually be objected to such a bizarre assertion except that the preposition in hen's eggs is used in an unusual way, not in a geometric but in a metaphysical sense. If taken in the latter sense, the assertion is correct. Close quote. The same philosopher, Otto Liebmann, who was a thorough thinker but wanted to limit himself to an outlook on the physical plane alone, goes on to say in his book titled Thoughts and Facts, quoted here because it enables us to see how people who really think notice what can be perpetuated as a result of relying on thinking restricted to the external. Long quote. It is not only children, but superstitious barbarians and fantastic poets who since time immemorial have regarded the material world as ensouled throughout. Thales, who, like other natural philosophers of ancient times, attributed a soul to magnets and amber because of their magnetism, is credited with the statement that the cosmos is ensouled and that everything has gods in it. Plato calls the stars divine animals and speaks in Timaeus of the world soul. Aristotle and the Peripatetics thought there were astral spirits, and the doctrine of the ensoulment of the heavenly bodies has been handed down in an essentially unbroken chain of tradition, right down to recent and indeed present times. Kepler talks of the anima, soul of the planets, and in his title Harmonices Mundi, he describes our Earth as a gigantic animal whose, quote, whale-like respiration in alternating periods of sleep and waking dependent on the sun brings about the tidal rise and fall of the ocean, close quote. Giordano Bruno enthusiastically depicted the details of this hylozoistic concept, and in his essay titled Della Causa Principio ed Uno, as well as elsewhere, expresses his firm conviction that everything in the universe is alive, holding that all corporeal motion in space is the visible expression of the collective life pulsing throughout the world. The stars and their inhabitants were, in his view, ensouled beings, our Earth one gigantic organism, springs and streams the arteries of its divine body. Our Earth one gigantic organism, the springs and streams the arteries of its divine body. He held the rise and fall of the tides to be effects of the Earth's breathing. Volcanic outbreaks and earthquakes are clearly analogous to certain processes in animal organisms, and Goethe bore witness to this when he said to Eckermann, April 1827, quote, I conceive of the Earth with its vapor mantle as a huge animal like eternally breathing in and out. Close quote. Fechner's Zend Avesta, an extremely strange book, also tends in this direction. Like other works of his, it combines jesting with serious commentary, occasionally leading the reader to wonder just how he meant it to be taken. Close long quote. Gustav Theodor Fechner was really jesting in much he said. He had an inborn tendency to joking. You know, for I mentioned it on one occasion, that he wrote a book titled Professor Schleiden and the Moon. Fechner undertook a study of the moon's effect on the weather, and he wrote a good deal about it. Schleiden, a botanist of materialistic persuasion, made fun of him. But then Fechner took up the cudgels against Schleiden with his book, Professor Schleiden and the Moon. This was the same Fechner who in his youth, a long time before this, had lashed out in a beautiful little piece of writing against the scientific way of thinking. There is a short work by him in which he proceeds strictly scientifically to prove in all seriousness that the moon is made of iodine. His intention was to demonstrate that it can be strictly scientifically proven that the moon consists of iodine. It is possible to prove this with the very same methodology used in scientific proof of other findings. When the two men were totally unable to see eye to eye in the matter of Fechner's assertions on the subject of the moon's influence on weather, Fechner proposed letting their wives put these to the test. Household arrangements were simpler in those days. Pails were set out in the rain to collect water for laundry purposes. Fechner said, quote, "The good Professor Schleiden refuses to believe that it rains less in certain phases of the moon than it does in others. Perhaps we might make a detour via Frau Schleiden." Close quote. Since her spouse was unconcerned with differences in the weather at various moon phases, she could put out her water-catching pails during those phases in which Fechner had reckoned that little rain would fall, whereas Frau Fechner would set hers out at times when Fechner had reckoned on more rain. I won't go on to report that the two wives found agreement no easier than did their husbands, for Frau Professor Schleiden was a bit envious of Frau Professor Fechner for always getting more rainwater than she did. The previous quote from Otto Liebmann continues, quote, "But considering our total ignorance on the score of the sources of spiritual life, we might repeat the question posed by the serious-minded Lessing at the end of his title Education of the Human Species, regarding the ancient Egyptian, ancient Indian, and Pythagorean doctrines of the transmigration of souls. Quote, is this hypothesis to be thought absurd because it is the most ancient view? Because human reason immediately adopted it before schooling had sophisticated and weakened reason?" Close quote, close long quote. What more can we ask? Otto Liebmann comes out with the quite dry statement that no thinking is acute enough to protect us from the doctrine of the transmigration of souls. This shows us that those who have learned to think know how little the thinking, restricted to the physical plane, can enlighten us about the actual facts of life. All these things obviously show those able to enter totally seriously into the inner impulses of our spiritual scientific movement how essential this movement is for the present epoch and the near future. And it is not superfluous to give thought again and again to the seriousness that must underlie our movement. This seriousness is what must actually hold us together. We must truly meditate on the subject over and over again to be able to acquire the right feeling for much that causes our movement problems of this or that nature. And I want to leave nothing untried to make clear to you how vital it is for us to nurture this seriousness, and that we ought really to take the greatest pains to exemplify this seriousness of our movement before the outer world and to maintain it. It is fair to say that the breath of life of our movement is rendered difficult in several ways by the carelessness of some of our members, and it is not an easy matter to face the necessity of expressing intimate, significant, and weighty truths of spiritual science in spite of such things. It can be noted time and again that some individuals take their connection with our movement much too lightly. I will not cite details today of how hard and sour some of our members make life by taking their membership in the society with utmost unconcern. I am not talking of private affairs, but it is a fact that we are living today in abnormal times, and it should not happen that many members fail to realize how improper it is to write all sorts of things and send them across national borders. That is so unnecessary. I'm not talking now of private matters that are no concern of the society, nor is it, of course, a question of giving away anything in the wrong direction, for the society does not include anything wrongful in its enterprises. But the way some things are handled by members causes difficulties. It is essential for us to have some slight awareness of the uniqueness of our movement. We need to guard it as a holy undertaking. We cannot make any progress if we continue to look upon our movement in the way that is typical of the world around us. Though that may make it easy for us, it blocks progress. We need to keep in mind that for a great variety of reasons our movement is most unfavorably regarded by the surrounding world, and will be attacked by it wherever the possibility presents itself. We need to look at this world around us against the background of the right feeling for our movement if we want to find our way properly. And we ought not to forgive ourselves if we fail to be keen and alert enough to do so. All kinds of things can render life endlessly miserable for us if we don't do the right thing. It could go so far in the way it has gone as to bring the movement to a halt. You see that we really cannot take these things lightly. We must not remain oblivious of the fact that our movement has some extremely odd enemies. I have often emphasized how little pleasure it affords me to have members continually coming to report things and saying that someone or other has spoken from on high in a thoroughly theosophical manner and shares our view of the world. What has been adjudged theosophical in these reports is for the most part rubbish. We should not take our movement as lightly as is often done. As you can see, the need for a movement that takes things seriously is demonstrated by many hundreds of observable facts. The end of Lecture 8 and the end of the Reading of Lectures collection called Chance, Providence and Necessity by Rudolf Steiner. 8 lectures held in Dornach between August 23rd and September 6, 1915. This was translated by Marjorie Spock, who passed away a few months ago.